I waited with high hopes, and then she walked in the place. I knew her smiling in instant. I knew the curve of her face. It was my own lovely lady, and she said, "Oh, would you be back?" And we laughed for moments, and I said, "I never knew that you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain, and the feel of the ocean and the taste of champagne. You like making love at midnight in the dunes of the Cape. You're the lady I look for. Come with me and escape."
KUAMFM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Every time
I'm gonna love you and squeeze you, kiss you and rub you, gonna make you mine. I'm gonna love you and squeeze you, kiss you and rub you. My heart, it belongs to you. 'Cause when I see you, my head, it goes like this. When I see you, my stomach, it goes like this. When I see you, my heart, it goes like this. When I see you, my chili, it goes like this. 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 It goes like this.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I went to this bar with all my friends. We were celebrating. I saw this girl looking at me. Damn, she's so pretty. The music's playing and the beat is bumping. I'm so nervous and my heart is pumping. My legs are shaking and my hands are sweating. I wanna dance but I don't have a chance. You got to be a man and put your foot down and go up to her and ask her to dance. And then you move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body. I grabbed her around to smooth things down. Damn, it's not working. So I went to the back and light one cig. Now it is working. The music's playing and the beat is bumping. I'm so nervous and my heart is pumping. My legs are shaking and my hands are sweating. I wanna dance but I don't have a chance. You gotta be a man and put your foot down and go up to her and ask her to dance. And then you move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body.
Just be a straight man, grab her by the hand, get her on the floor, she'll be walking out the door. Because you're feeling irate, stop shaking on your knees. You do not need a plan, just be a real man. If you're feeling her touching you, then you got it on. Touching her, you're feeling her and rubbing, pleasing her return. You got it, son, drop a can, say you wanna. You say you wanna dance with me, come on and dance. Be a straight man, grab her by the hand. Get her on the floor, she be walking out the door. You're feeling irate, stop shaking on your knees. You got the master plan, so I'll be the real man. Know you got it on, touching up, feeling up, rubbing up, pleasing up everyone. Everyone come dance like me. So dance with me now. To the lead,
Music is playing, the beat is bumping. I'm so nervous and my heart is pumping. My legs are shaking, my hands are sweating. I wanna dance but I don't have a chance. You gotta be a man and put your foot down and go up to her and ask her to dance. And when you move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body,
everyone come dance like me.
move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body,
Everyone come dance like me.
move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body.
Be a straight man, grab her by the hand. Get her on the floor, she be walking out the door. You're feeling irate, stop shaking on your knees. You got the master plan, so I'll be the real man. Know you got it on, touching up, feeling up, rubbing up, pleasing up everyone. Everyone come dance like me. So dance with me now. To the lead, da.
Yahoo, uli die sombren zelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes diu hum niga, Radzaudzen melek és frédzes, durante todo in memu, a nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zangiman malak guafi, Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Nota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Parai gloria a big is la sempara Viva Isla Selva to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Can I take you to a place I call home? Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Ass and beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me Scoop Dog on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jordan's where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Mag with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the Chelus, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I gotta get some brew, cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade, so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat, so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, chilling down in the wonderful village of Liberate. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we doing down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Here we go, Myla.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Guam! Ooh. Man, Joe,
You really took it up a notch there, and then
Yeah,
it kind of fell apart at the end.
I was like, where you at, Joe? Where you at, bro?
No, okay. Joe Sir never makes mistakes. He's like he is surgical when it comes to these outside
Yes.
shots. The door closed behind him.
Oh, that's what you had to do the door code. Yeah, because I was.
We have a DJ down. We have
Yeah.
a DJ down.
My lungs were still in 420 mode, Joe. It's like,
Okay, how was your 420 yesterday?
I was nothing, man. I'm not a. It's cool.
Because you were not here on 420 yesterday afternoon, so I was
I
like,
wasn't,
maybe Chris
yeah.
is like celebrating.
No, I just went to walk the dog and had a nice night inside.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for those of you who've been with us since the beginning of the show during the music, by the way, Oklahoma City is in the chat room saying
Yeah,
that
that's
they love
crazy.
the morning jams.
Yeah.
Chris kind of had the cowlick thing going on. He looked
Yeah.
like Alfalfa from Little Rascals. You put what? Pomade
That means
or,
I'm a troublemaker.
or just like you just put straight water.
I just watered it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll last.
Yeah.
2 minutes from now, it's gonna pop up again.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Nice shirt, buddy.
Thank you.
What is that?
It's another jacket that I'm glad I can still fit. You know what I just thought? Okay.
What did you just think, Jason Solis?
Okay. You guys know I love my old school memories, and here on 93.9 FM, The Breeze, right? Well,
Right
we play old school music from our youth, right? 90s and everything. I remember when at Sanchez home games, and I need your help, Link fam. Remind me of this, right? Or back me up on this, I should say. Remember when FD would come and play in your gym? So for you at GW, when FD would drive up the street and play, FD's cheerleaders for Father Duenas were always the academy cheerleading team, and they would always cheer in a very certain way. Like, and I remember like a classmate of mine since 5th grade, Irisa Cristobal, Auntie Hope's daughter. Irisa was the cheerleading captain, and then they'd all be there, and they'd all be like, "Let's go, Friars!" All game long. If it was basketball, you get 4 quarters of that. It's like, "Let's go, Friars!" And of course, as Sanchez, you know, like you have like all of these, you know, FD athletes who are like finely tuned machines, and you know, they're wrecking us in our own gym. And then you've got, you know, the cheerleaders behind. But I was like, that was so cool.
Right on. I don't know what kind of dreams you had last night, waking up this morning talking about cheerleaders.
I did not partake in 420,
but okay, right on.
No, but I mean, but remember that when you would get like other schools to come to your campus, and you just see like not just the different colors, but like they had their own cheers, the school spirit. I mean, they'd make signs. Of course, you went to GW.
GW, we had the one. There was a guy cheerleader. Man, I think his name was Teddy. I want to say.
I remember there was a male cheerleader down in Irahan too.
Right. Yeah. Of course.
What was his name?
Yeah. Guys, but it's still 420 in the States. I was thinking last night, as I often do before I lay my gray-haired head down.
His name was Howard,
sleep.
by the way.
Howard, that's right. Yeah, Howard.
Howard Piercing.
Piercing, yes. Howard Piercing.
Yeah.
There you go. From the Piercing.
And he played volleyball for
the
Irahan Hawks.
Really good volleyball
guy.
player. Yeah, great guy. But I was just thinking last night how it's just so different with cannabis being legal now. Because, like, our generation and anybody out there who consumed cannabis before when it was illegal, there was always this, like, paranoia that, oh, my God, we're going to get busted because it's a crime, and oh, my God. And people would actually put what was called, like, Visine in their eyes because they were trying to hide that they had consumed cannabis.
Oh, the bloodshot.
Right, the bloodshot eyes. Or they would, you know, I mean, full disclosure, my friend Carlos and I, we would take the lemon leaf and break it on your hand so your hand didn't smell like it's just crazy. I was thinking last night, like all the things that people used to do to kind of like hide the cannabis, and now it's like totally legal. And whereas back in the day, so much of your energy when you did consume it was just being paranoid, right? And now there's just not that feeling anymore. It's just, I don't even know if it lost the thrill.
The thrill is gone?
The thrill is gone, guys. Hey, it's 6:25.
BB King would.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a WhatsApp message from one of my good friends. I was actually best man at his wedding, and you guys are speaking of FD athletes from yesteryear. Matt Limtiaco, fantastic volleyball player from Father Duenas, and he goes, because I shared that memory of like the academy cheerleaders. Let's go, Friars! And he goes, you know who that was? That was former KUM reporter Gracie Kayanen.
Oh wow.
She really did a lot. I remember that. Gracie was a cheerleader.
Just got a note here, too, that there's a verdict that's going to be coming down in the George Floyd Derek Chauvin trial on the network. So we'll keep an eye on that. 6:25, welcome to The Link. It's Wednesday, April 21st, hump day. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Good morning, Facebook Live. We've got Labor Director Dave, update, Speaker Therese Terlahi. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. One of the things is, remember we talked about this Chamorro Land Trust Commission debacle, where they had, in a meeting last week, made a determination that the Chamorro Land Trust Commission administrator, Jack Hattig, was not suited for the job. And in any real world type situation, that would basically mean you're fired. To quote some of you guys' favorite president, you're fired, right? But this is not the real world. This is politics. So in the political world, the board can make a determination like you're not suited for the job, but then they have to go run it by the governor. And so we do know that the Chamorro Land Trust Commission director or chairman of the board, John Regis Jr., did meet with the governor on Monday. However, there's been no comment issued. I'd reached out to Crystal Pagos and Augustine yesterday, and she had said, I think Monday, she had said that, I got to talk with the governor before I answer, but we haven't heard anything, which to me is, I don't know, I'm not sure why they would have to meet with the governor, and I'm not sure why after meeting with the governor they're not coming out with some kind of info about what was said, and it just really smacks of even more political interference. So we're going to ask the speaker about it. I mean, she had come on a couple weeks ago and had her own issues with all of this and how a lot of this discussion with Jack Hattig and the land agents that, I mean, basically classified tenured land agents alleged that the director of the Chamorro Land Trust was coercing them to do things that were against the Chamorro Land Trust rules and regulations. That's huge. It's so huge. But the governor in an interview with Island Media had said that, Boy Jack did not intentionally mean to break the rules, which means he broke the rules. Let's be honest, guys. The governor really likes him. And so I don't know. I mean, I know that the previous board had the votes to remove him, but they went to the meet with the governor as a courtesy, and, nothing happened. And so now we're kind of seeing the same set of circumstances. And I even reached out to the chair, who, again, is my primo. And I was like, hey, what was the result of the meeting with the governor? It had no response.
Juan Reyes Jr., right?
Right. And then also, I believe some other island media had reached out, and we're just not getting any info. It's frustrating. It really is. We had just the most... what's a good way to put it? The interview we had with the chair of the land trust, man, it was brutal. And so really just praying, I actually prayed last night for a good resolution of this, because this program, remember this program, it's all we got for the Chamorro people, okay? That's why we got to make sure it's on the up and up, guys. 629, yeah, so that's coming up. Senator Moylan also is continuing his letter writing and issue raising, so he's going to come on. Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic School Superintendent. And then Public Health, Environmental Health Division, they're out there doing the inspections. We just got word last night that a couple restaurants at the Subaki Tower have closed because staff tested positive for COVID-19. And they're going to be closed, I believe, until Monday, right? Yeah. Man, I was just going to go there. Darn it.
That's right.
Sorry, babe. We're just going to take you to Subaki Tower, but, man, it's closed. Closed down at COVID.
And they also did want to strenuously emphasize that, the restaurants only are closed. The rest of the hotel remains in operation.
Totally. And that was just, to me, it was kind of like a flashback, right? Because I just kind of feel like it's 2021 and we get these positives in places after having gone through this whole year-long pandemic. We're still shutting them down for like a week, or a few days. I'm not saying just stay open and figure it out. Yeah, definitely do the contact tracing and all that stuff. But it's just interesting to me that even after all these vaccinations and the path to half, that we're, still seeing COVID-19 close businesses.
Chris, do you remember what the standard was? Remember, like last year, not when we were in the thick of the major.
They would close for sanitization.
But
so if there was a positive,
several of the gas stations did that. Even some of the fast food restaurants. But what was it? Only like
it would be like for a day.
Yeah, 2 days max.
Right.
Kmart even did I think 2 or 3 days.
Right, and they said, we're going to sanitize everything, and they do the contact tracing. And I think what's different about this was there was something with staff had tested positive, but then they had mingled with other staff at some kind of event. But the reality is the COVID is still out there. You don't hide under your covers or anything, but it's still out there, guys. And you know what I want to see, and we talked about this yesterday, is I'd really like to see of the positives if they have like a little subcategory about any positives who were vaccinated, whether fully or half. You know what I mean? I think that'd be an interesting stat. Because maybe people are just, and we're not seeing, of course, the guys, like I said, don't hide under your covers, because we're not seeing like the 30, the 40, the 50, the 100-something positives. Of course we're not, okay? There's nobody in the hospital right now.
And, of course, this thing about the Subaki Towers with its restaurants comes just 12 hours after we did our interview with Ken Lujan from the SBA,
right?
Who was saying that $28 billion has been set aside to help
revitalize restaurants.
Yeah, restaurants throughout the nation. But by the way, that is a federal program. Guam can avail of that. Yeah. It's not like every state and territory has been set aside a chunk. He's like, first come, first serve. So you guys, please jump on it. And it's not so that restaurants can can expand, or you can say like, oh, now we can build that second mezzanine that we've always wanted to,
Right.
you know, like hire like, you know, this executive chef, you know, from
I'm pretty sure they're
from Le
guidelines.
Cordon Bleu. Yeah, a lot of that is meant to pay down the debt that these restaurants have accrued over the last year from, you know, from buying all, you know, the PPE and setting up the plexiglass and hand sanitizers and whatnot.
So I guess the point is, guys, still got to be vigilant. I mean, even if you're fully vaccinated, just take the necessary steps because you could be a carrier, asymptotic, and you could be passing it on.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
Dude, I got to say, I ran into a very prominent local female lawyer. I'll just put it that way. At Payless, just the other day. And man, she was like, Chris, can I just talk to you? And I was like, okay, yeah. And she's like, I just have to tell you, thank you, because that interview you did with that lady, and I already knew, when people say that interview with that lady, and we've done a lot of interviews with a lot of ladies.
It's the asymptotic one.
Yeah, I was like, the asymptotic, and she was like, yes. And she was like, God, Chris. She was like, you know, that really carried a lot of us because it was that the pandemic was really bad. And that lady came on. And she said it, and she kept saying it. You and Sabrina were trying to, like, hold it in. No, because honestly, I didn't know she was I didn't know she meant asymptomatic. I thought, because, you know, she's a smart lady, I thought she meant there was some other medical term like asymptotic. And I was actually thinking, like, well, I got to Google that.
And of course, because I'm the math dork, right?
Yeah.
I actually know that the word asymptotic.
So it's actually a real word.
Yeah, it's a value in math that approaches zero but never gets to zero.
But it's basically not asymptomatic.
Yeah, but the thing was, she just used it like out of context, and it was a hilarious moment.
It was pretty funny.
Many people.
It was, yeah. And
you still get that to this day. That's funny.
Yeah. So she was just like saying, man, thank you, because everyone got such a laugh out of it, and it really like brightened a lot of people's spirits back then. So yeah.
And I'm sure that takes the sting off of a certain female lawyer walking up to you and say, hey, can I talk to you for a second? I was like,
yeah, I was like, oh, what'd I do?
Was she holding like an envelope or something?
So hey, it's 6:34. Yeah, there's always something happening here on the link. I mean, usually every day there's a moment where you're like, huh? Like yesterday's moment was, if you guys get a chance, go on the YouTube and watch this interview we did with Gura Executive Director Ray Tapasnia. Who, dude, it's pretty funny to me how much this guy, and I'm pretty sure he has his legit reasons, but it's just crazy how much he can't stand Senator Tello Taitagui. It's funny to me. Because I get a kick out of when people lose their self-control. You know what I mean? And he just, like, can't help himself.
You know what I was thinking last night? I would really love to see Senator Tello Taitagui and Ray Tapasnia from Gura play poker against each other.
Wow.
And just to see, like, their tells, as they say, and, like, their poker, like, to see who could, like, psych out who.
That would be a good match. I'd just like to get him on the air. Didn't we have them on together at one time? Yes. We did, right? Back last year. And it was crazy. Yeah, but, I mean... Go watch that interview because it was just kind of funny. And, you know, Ray, it is what it is with Ray. But the funny part to me was that he said, because he filed these 2 ethics complaints against Senator Tello Taitagui, which, you know, you can do whatever. It's a free country, right? But I was like, dude, if you're going to file these ethics complaints against Senator Tello Taitagui for just basically mentioning stuff that's public information in a public hearing, then why aren't you going to file a complaint against the public auditor who publicly said that Gura's Ray Tapasnia, what did he say, lies with a straight, I forget the exact quote.
Yeah, it's, he
said...
He lies and he does so with a straight face.
He said Ray Tapasnia can lie with a straight face. Like, that's good for poker. That's why Jason said he'd like to see him play poker with
But
each
actually,
other.
when we mentioned that yesterday, Ray took exception to that because he goes, you know, calling...
Yeah.
He goes, if he's calling me a liar, you know, that's a very serious charge.
Yeah, he is calling you a liar. He did. So I said, aren't you going to file a complaint against the public auditor? And he said, yeah, I think I will.
And then conversely, we know that, you know, BJ Cruz and all of the roles that he's held in the government of Guam, he doesn't, you know, just pick words out of thin air and everything like that.
Right. Very calculated.
Yeah. I would love to see BJ on that poker table too.
So anyway, I sent a message to BJ because I'm a troublemaker. And I was like, hey, dude, did you watch the interview with Ray, man? Ooh, you better watch your back, bro. He's going to put a complaint. And BJ just put no comment. So maybe we give it a couple of days, let it marinate, and we'll bring on public auditor to BJ Cruz.
We got some members of the Link fam sending their
By the way,
well wishes.
guys, there's live reports on the Derek Chauvin verdict on KUAM TV8 and TV11. And we'll go ahead and we're going to jump into the news in just a moment, and then we'll try and get that nationally.
Yeah.
Jay, go ahead. Facebook Live.
Okay. How many De Leon Guerreros do you know from Saipan, Chris? I know many.
Yeah. Well, the most famous, I would say, is probably KC De Leon Guerrero.
That's true. Yeah. Well, Crispin De Leon Guerrero is saying good morning from up in the CNMI.
What's up, Crispin?
Good morning, Crispin.
Rosemary LaGuardia, good morning, team. First one in the room. Good morning.
Omar Fuentes is saying happy birthday to Amanda Joy Anderson in Killeen, Texas. Happy birthday, Amanda Joy.
Happy birthday. We'll do happy birthday coming up. Rudy Rodolfo Jr., Burger King. Oh, my God. It is a Whopper Wednesday.
It is.
I love the Whopper.
Wait. Do you just say it once when you're in the drive-thru, or do you have to say it I love?
Keep saying it. Yeah. Just say I love the Whopper. Whatever you got to do. If you got to get out and do a backflip, a handstand, or whatever, just show them you love the Whopper. Yeah, do your tinickling.
And then they'll make it worth your while. Trust me.
They're going to give you a Whopper. You buy a Whopper, you get one. Okay? BOGO at Burger King on Whopper Wednesday, 6:38.
32 years ago, Burger King came back to Guam.
It's a very fine sandwich.
Remember where they were initially, right? Like in the very, very early 80s? Burger King's first location was where Denny's is in Tamuning now.
That's right.
Yep.
Emma Olalia, good morning. Have a great day. Mama Bear Debbie Davis, good morning.
Lawrence Laguania simply says, "Hoy."
Hoy.
I like that.
Is it hoy or is it the short like hoy?
How did you say it when you were growing up? Like if you went to like my dad grew up like in Agana Heights. Obviously, like my grandparents had the same house they had. My grandfather built his house. But every time my dad would go in there, he wouldn't have to knock, just open the screen door. But then he would always have to announce, "Oi."
Yeah. Hey, someone's coming.
Yeah. I mean,
my mom used to, when my grandparents would call my mom, sometimes she would answer and say, "Oi." Like they'd be like, "Anita," and she'd be like, "Oi." Yeah. Yeah, so they're about to release the verdict on the Chauvin trial. Let's jump on that. But good morning, Facebook Live. Remember, we jump on KUAM TV at 8 o'clock, and let's go ahead and get into the news here with the very latest at 6:38. For Sabrina Salas Mantanani, Jason Salas, good morning.
All right, so while we await what is coming out in the States with that verdict, here's what's happening here at home. 5 new cases of coronavirus were identified out of 414 tests performed on Monday. 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been nearly 7,900 officially reported cases. With 136 deaths, the CAR score is still 0.5. Drive-through food commodities distribution will continue today over at the Manila Night Market grounds from 8:30 in the morning until 10 a.m. So if you and your family would like to receive a food commodities package, please head over to the Manila Night Market grounds. Residents wanting to receive the coronavirus vaccine can register to get their shot. You can check KUAM.com for the link. Guamanians ages 16 and 17 needing dose 1 of Pfizer, as well as those 18 and older for dose 1 of Moderna, are absolutely eligible, along with others needing dose 2 of either Pfizer or Moderna. Those needing the second dose can do so up to 4 days before the scheduled time. Well, as Chris was mentioning earlier on the show today, in a letter to guests yesterday, the Subaki Tower Hotel did announce that 2 of their eating establishments will be closed until next Monday, April 26th, as some staffers did test positive for COVID-19. They also stressed that, contrary to other reports, the entire hotel is not closed. Well, we are going to bring in Pete Santos with the KUAM news team now for a look at what's making news as you head around the island on this Wednesday morning. Here is Pete from the newsroom with your link update.
Having good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. The final countdown begins as the May 1st path to half goal nears. Will Guam achieve a 50% COVID-19 vaccination rate by the start of next month? What exactly does it mean if half of the island's adult population is fully vaccinated by then? Tyler Mantanani zoomed in on this and more with Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera.
Several COVID vaccination clinics, community test sites, and outreaches have been held over the last couple of months. But where does the island stand on the path to half? The goal of reaching a 50% vaccination rate by May 1st. Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera.
When you look at all vaccine efforts on the island, and when I say all vaccine efforts, I'm talking about government of Guam, private sector, and Department of Defense, who vaccinates also active duty, civilian workers, and as well as beneficiaries and contractors. You put them all together, and we're approximately 43.1%.
43.1% of the adult population on Guam, that's 16 years and older, are fully vaccinated. The vast majority of those rates are resulting from the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine. Cabrera says the key to raising the percentage is for the community to make sure they get their second dose. He adds that if the pause on the single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine were to be lifted, we may even hit the 50% mark before the May 1st goal.
Whether we get there a few days early or a few days late, in the end, it doesn't have that much impact on our overall goal, which is getting to actual herd immunity, which is closer to 80% of the population. So that being said, we are definitely, are on the right track, and there's a chance that we may even hit it toward the end of April, so a few days short of May 1st.
The possibility of achieving an earlier date, Cabrera says, is optimistic but realistic. The FDA and the CDC will meet on Saturday, Guam time, to determine what the next step will be with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Cabrera says the temporary pause will more than likely be lifted.
But there may be some extra precautions that are mentioned with it, or even as much as some restrictions. So that remains to be seen. But I think there's a good chance that by next week, we'll be using the Johnson & Johnson again.
But don't expect things to go completely back to normal once the island reaches 50%. Cabrera reminds the community about the Guam National Guard's vaccination initiative, Operation Liberate Guam.
Really, what gets us to P44 is that 80%, approximately 80% herd immunity number. And so again, that could be arranged between 70% and 90%. But that's why we're just going in the middle and just saying about 80%. And that's the goal for prior to Liberation Day that we're shooting for as well.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
The Guam Crime Stoppers need your help to identify 2 mail theft complaints that occurred in Dedido. According to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao, the first incident happened on Saturday, March 27th, around 4 a.m. As you can see in the video surveillance, a male wearing a dark-colored tank top, dark shorts, and carrying a red backpack is seen walking up to a residential mailbox and stealing mail. Tapao says the male was near House 342 in West Santa Barbara in Dedido. The second incident occurred on Wednesday, April 7th at around 1:30 p.m. Video surveillance footage show a man driving a dark-colored hatchback car pulling up to the mailbox in front of the House 171 in West Santa Barbara in Dedido. The man is seen stealing mail from within the box. Tapao says this incident occurred 5 minutes after the mail was delivered to the home.
If anybody suspects anything suspicious, please, if you are expecting mail and you see that your whole street has a a delivery system by the U.S. Postal Service, reach out to your respective neighbors and tell them that this is what we're seeing in the communities, mail theft.
If you're a victim of mail theft, you can report it at your local police precinct and are encouraged to contact your respective post office. If you have any information that can aid with these 2 cases, please submit a tip online at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. All tip information will remain completely confidential, and a cash reward of up to $1,000 could be paid if the information provided leads to an arrest and a grand jury indictment. A bill to add private adoption agencies as an option for newborns was discussed at a public hearing Tuesday. Testifying in support of the measure by Senator Mary Torres was Lori Boss, Executive Director of Ohala Adoptions, a nonprofit company that was started last year to help ease the burden on the local foster care system.
By pre-approving our prospective adoptive families, we're able to have an immediate option for the placement of infants directly to a safe and stable adoptive home. Multiple placements are a major contributor of trauma for children in care. Anytime foster care can be avoided and a permanent placement made instead, there is less trauma for an infant.
But Department of Youth Affairs Director Lonnie Brennan, whose agency temporarily oversees Child Protective Services, testified that while the intent is good, the bill lacks the necessary protections to prevent abuse of the system.
I believe it too broadly enables anyone to set up shop here with a business license without first putting in procedural safeguards or a regulatory process to do so. Even childcare facilities on Guam have a licensure process. I believe we need to further look at it and clarify. And just for purposes of explaining, there are actually 432 children in different types of foster care placement. Most of that, the bulk of those kids, reside in relative or kinship placement.
Brennan says only a fraction of those children are actually up for adoption. She says the last time officials had to decide on the placement of an infant for adoption was in 2017. Sponsor Torres says the bill is meant to ensure every abandoned infant finds a safe and loving home. She says there needs to be a robust adoption system along with Child Protective Services. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Pete. Well, as we were telling you just a few moments ago, what's expected to be a very, very contentious verdict is about to be read momentarily in the trial of Derek Chauvin in the mainland. So we are going to go now to live to NBC News, who is anxiously anticipating that verdict. So here's that coverage.
Will be the foreperson, and as a lawyer, you're always looking at that because you wonder who the foreperson will be. The judge will ask them if they have a verdict. The foreperson will say, "We do." The judge's clerk will go get the verdict and hand it back to the judge. It can be the clerk, but it's probably going to be the judge who will actually read the verdict. And then the defense has the right to have the jury what is called polled. In other words, the judge will ask each individual juror if this is their true and correct verdict. He'll go down the line with numbers. They will all probably say yes. And then at that point, the judge has to make a decision if he's found guilty, if he's going to take Chauvin into custody because he is out on bail. On a presumptive prison case, he would be taken into custody. The state has asked for a sentence greater than the Minnesota sentencing guidelines. And so there will be Chauvin actually waived his right to have the jury make that decision about whether there are aggravating factors. He is allowing the judge to make that decision, but the judge has already said in a previous order that he will allow the lawyers to write memos on that issue to try to convince him what the appropriate sentence will be. So we won't see a sentencing today. That would probably be in a couple of weeks or however much time the judge gives the lawyers to write their memos.
All right, thank you for that perspective, Mary. Eddie Glaude is an NBC News contributor and joins us now. Eddie, we're watching the crowd build, and as I've been saying from the beginning of this, emotions have been high in this from the first time we saw that tape, so today should be no different now as we await the verdict. But what should people know? And I asked this question to Eugene a moment ago. We're in a deep breath moment now, waiting for this moment. What should we be thinking about and focusing on?
Well, unlike what the prosecutors told the jury, this trial bears the burden of the nation's central contradiction, Lester. And so there is a sense in which America's on trial here. And, you know, whether they come back with guilty verdicts for all three counts, or if they just simply convict on second-degree manslaughter. The latter, I think, will generate discomfort, a kind of, disappointment in some ways. So I think the nation needs to be prepared for a kind of intensification of the reckoning that we've been experiencing around race, because policing in this country takes us to the heart of the contradiction. And so the trial won't resolve it, but it certainly has placed it in clear view for the nation. So we will see. My stomach is in knots at this moment, because I know that we stand on the precipice here.
All right, Eddie, thank you very much. Let's go back to Gabe Gutierrez right now on the ground outside the courthouse with the crowds. Gabe?
Hey there, Lester. So we were just speaking with a demonstrator. Hi, ma'am. How are you? We were just speaking a short time ago, and you were talking to me about how tough it has been to watch this trial. What is the significance of what's happened here in Minneapolis over the last few weeks right in this courthouse?
Well, it shows that after a year of being apart from each other that we come together for the stuff that matters. You know, this has affected every single one of us that not only lives here, but across our nation, across our world. And we came here because we need justice, and we deserve justice, and we need something to change.
You were also telling me it's been very tough to watch. Have you been able to watch this trial?
No, I haven't been able to watch any of it. It's been traumatizing, reliving it over and over and over and over again. I haven't even watched the video of him being murdered. It's too much. It's too much to normalize all of it.
What do you think what do you think is the significance of this trial moving forward, not just for Minneapolis, but for policing in America, for social justice in America?
It means that they're finally listening to us. How many times do we have to say it? How many times do we have to cry and scream and burn down buildings? Enough's enough. Like, you have to listen to us.
There's been a lot of people that have, you know, there's been local officials have been very careful to tell people to protest peacefully. What do you make of, you know, how Minneapolis looks like now? With it's so boarded up, there's razor wire all around this city. Do you live here in Minneapolis? Are you a resident here? How tough has it been to see this community be like this for the last several weeks? Mm-hmm.
The audacity to bring people in here when you couldn't protect the Capitol. What have we been doing here? We've been asking for peace. We've been asking for justice. We've been asking for what we deserve. Like, are you kidding me? It feels like a slap in the face.
How often have you been out here? I know there was a crowd here demonstrating outside during jury deliberations. Were you out here yesterday? You know, what do you expect to happen next after this verdict?
When George Floyd was murdered, I was out every day, and we were out. That's the thing that they didn't see on the news, is that we were out donating, and we were fundraising, and we were out in the streets trying to help build things back together. I haven't been able to be here since the trial started because emotionally, it's like I said, it's too much. But I know there's, and I'm not threatening when I say this, but I know there's going to be a problem if this verdict doesn't go the right way. And I'm praying that this time we get to see the justice that we're asking for.
The Floyd family has called for peace. You know, what do you say to people who might be worried about exactly what might happen if this verdict doesn't go the right way?
We want peace too. That's what we wanted to begin with. If Chauvin would have been peaceful with the way he was policing, this wouldn't have happened. And I'm not advocating for burning everything down and, you know, whatever the rhetoric is, but protesting is the language of the oppressed, right? So it's not on me to what's going to happen next. It's on them. It's on them.
You know, ma'am, I've been to many of these protests over the last year or so, ever since George Floyd died. And speaking with folks like yourself, something that I've heard over and over again, this is the first time that potentially you might feel heard. Is that kind of what this experience has signified? Do you feel heard after what's happened here today, or not quite yet? Do you feel that you haven't been heard?
I will feel heard, and I think we will feel heard when they convict him. Otherwise, it's just radio silence again.
What do you think this means again? You know, do you think policing in America? Do you think this trial will change anything? Do you think that there needs to be more police reform? Do you think that any meaningful change will happen in your view from this verdict?
I hope so. If we're able to look at the history of what policing is in America, it was never founded to support people that look like me. So there needs to be change. There needs to be an evolution, right? So we need to stop doing the same thing and expecting different results.
Thank you, ma'am, for talking to us. We really appreciate you taking the time. So, Lester, her comments are something we've heard over and over again here. Just she said she was traumatized listening to this trial, had a very tough time listening to it. You see a frustration among many of the folks here wondering what the verdict will be. But, I wanted to share her story with you because it is something we've heard over and over again, not just over the past couple of days, but really since the death of George Floyd last May.
And Gabe, thank you for sharing that interview. It was a good interview, and we appreciate it. I want to, first of all, let you know we are at 3:54 Central Time right now, near the end of the half hour in which we were told that we would be hearing the verdict. But as you know, things move on their own time, so we're not going anywhere. We'll continue to wait for that jury to return to the courtroom and the announcement of the verdict in the Derek Chauvin case. As we watch the crowd build in Minneapolis, let's take you all the way to the White House now. Kristen Welker is there. Kristen, they are watching all this very carefully there.
They are watching it very carefully, Lester, and I just spoke with a White House official who tells me that as we speak, preparations are underway for President Biden to speak once there is a verdict. That will likely take place sometime this evening. What specifically will the president say? Well, of course, they have to wait until there is a verdict. But this official tells me that the president will call for peace regardless of the verdict. Now, we know that in the past weeks, the president, senior administration officials have been in touch with state and local officials in Minnesota, the governor there. We anticipate that the attorney general will play an active role in making sure that any protests are peaceful. There had even been some discussion of being ready to mobilize the National Guard should that be necessary. So they have been bracing for this moment for quite some time, Lester. And again, it does come on the heels of President Biden speaking to George Floyd's family, an emotional conversation by his own description of what took place. And then those really striking comments that he made in the Oval Office earlier today, saying that he is praying that the jury reaches the right verdict. He said it's overwhelming. Now, those comments have come under a fair amount of scrutiny today. And I can tell you that in these past minutes, we've been speaking to allies inside and outside of the White House who acknowledged that they weren't the most helpful comments at this moment, in part because it's opened him up to some criticism, including from some Republicans who have said that they are concerned that that type of rhetoric could inflame a nation that is already on edge as they await this verdict. So Press Secretary Jen Psaki answered a number of questions about this earlier today during the briefing, including for myself. I asked her if it is ever appropriate for a president to weigh in on a case of such magnitude before there is a verdict. And she said the bottom line is he was not trying to weigh in on the verdict itself. Instead, he was echoing the emotions that go along with this trial. So the White House is watching and waiting to see what will happen along with the rest of the world. And Lester, I can tell you that top officials are huddled in their offices as they try to prepare to respond. Lester.
All right, Kristen Welker. So we'll monitor that front as well. I want to go to NBC's Tremaine Lee. He's been closely following the trial. He's in the Greenwood neighborhood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a traditionally black neighborhood there. Tremaine, great to have you on. You're in a place obviously steeped in African-American history. I want to run this past you. And I'm sure you've been part of these conversations. There is a sense among activists, among communities of color, that this one should be an easy call. And I'm wondering if you see a risk in that assumption, thinking that this one will be different.
Lester, you know what, folks in this community, especially as you mentioned, there's such a deep history in this Greenwood community. They dealt with the 1921 race massacre. Then in 2016, Terrence Crutcher was shot and killed by a police officer. It was on video. There is currently a bill working its way through the state legislature that would make it illegal to film police. So this idea of a wariness to get their hopes up, even in the face of what so many people believe is evidence that is clear and just crystal clear, right? So to your point there, they don't want to get their hopes up because black folks in this country haven't really experienced true justice. And so in this case, one way or the other, as I was speaking to a lawyer activist in Ferguson on my way to Tulsa, and he said, no matter what, America is not on trial. American racism is not in trial. Police aren't even on trial. This is the trial of Derek Chauvin. And so after the verdict is read, whether it's a guilty verdict or a non-guilty verdict, if policing doesn't change in this country, especially the way black bodies and black communities are policed, what difference will it make? So that wariness, that anxiety, that kind of tightening of the gut that so many people are feeling all across this country, a place like Greenwood, these residents know it more than most, Lester.
Yeah, Tremaine, thank you for joining us, and please stand by as we continue to wait for the verdict to be announced from Minneapolis. As we do that, we want to turn to criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, we talked earlier about, I called it the speed of the verdict. I think you countered that, they sometimes go this quickly. But does it tend to favor one side or the other?
Take all the conventional wisdom and courthouse gossip you may have heard about quick verdicts and throw it right out the window, Lester, because when it's a high-profile case, all the rules get scrapped. Nothing is what it normally seems. And in a case like this, where you already have complicated jury instructions for really complicated crimes. I mean, these are two forms of murder, which everybody grows up thinking murder is an intentional act. But in this case, it is a conceitedly unintentional killing for both second and third degree murder. So expect the jury to struggle a little with that. And that raises the question of, did they do one of two things? Did they walk into that jury room and say, I don't think the state made any of its case? Or did they walk into the jury room and say, I don't think the defense had it at any point here? And, you know, we may never know exactly how the discussions went down unless the jurors are willing to talk afterwards. But this short verdict does certainly suggest that the jurors didn't go through all of that detail, at least that the prosecution put up in that very effective grid, showing all of the elements, all of the information. That doesn't mean that they discounted it. They may have just felt the prosecution already made its case, or on the other side, that the defense made a stronger case, or at least that they raised reasonable doubt. The defense never had to prove innocence. They just had to raise reasonable doubt by undercutting any of the framework of the prosecution's elements of the crimes.
They gave them a kind of an a la carte menu, the idea that maybe he died from carbon monoxide poisoning from the car, that maybe his heart was enlarged, that the drugs affected things. Was that more or less than you would expect in a case like this in terms of things that the jury might be able to hang a reasonable doubt belief on?
That's right. I mean, those elements, so you had three major causative elements that the defense argued. Number one, that fentanyl levels were well above what studies show is a fatal dosage. I think he had, his were at 11, and studies show that 3 is enough to kill with fentanyl. Methamphetamines were not at a fatal dosage, but combined with other things like his poor health, his obstructed arteries, and even his COVID diagnosis, and this is what the defense argued, could have caused the death. But in a sense, the burden here was flipped for the defense because in Minnesota, as long as the defendant set into motion the events that caused the death, that is enough for causation. In a way, it kind of inverts the burden and puts the burden on the defense to show that, no matter how mean or nasty this knee was on the back of George Floyd's neck, it was not a substantial causative factor. The true substantial causative factor was that George Floyd's poor health combined with drug intake was the cause of his death. In a sense, the defense did have a burden here. They undertook a burden to prove their alternate theory, which was causation, and we're going to find out whether or not they met that burden. And of course, I use burden in air quotes because the burden always rests with the prosecution. It never shifts, and the defendant is supposedly cloaked in the presumption of innocence.
Yeah, the defense was talking about what a reasonable officer would do in this situation. That was a lot of part of their closing. Let me go, actually, let's just check where we are. We're a little after 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time. On the left of your screen, you're watching the crowd gathering near the courthouse. We were expecting to hear the verdict in the Derek Chauvin case. We still are. We were expecting to hear it in the last half hour, but we remain with you as the wheels of justice turn toward the verdict in this case. The jury formally deliberating a little over 10 hours before reaching their decision here early afternoon Minneapolis time, and we got the word that between 3:30 and 4 Central Time we would hear a verdict. But no doubt we are drawing close, and that crowd obviously waiting with anticipation and bated breath to know where this case will go. Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer, videotaped in that infamous tape that showed his knee on the neck of George Floyd for 9.5 minutes. The prosecution's case is that he died as a result of that pressure, essentially suffocated, asphyxiated by Derek Chauvin. Let's go to NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. He's outside the courthouse watching the crowds, and that's building a sense of certainly tension out there. Gabe?
Yeah, Lester, this crowd has been growing over the last hour or so, and as you can see behind me, they're gathered here holding up signs, chanting, throwing their support behind George Floyd's family, and watching right in front here of the Hennepin County Government Center. This is the courthouse where the verdict is expected to be read. I'm actually joined, Lester, by Philippe Cunningham. He is a council member in Minneapolis, and I've spoken with you, Philippe, many times since the death of George Floyd. And if you can put this into context for us, for our viewers, how significant is this moment right now?
I mean, this moment is hugely significant, not only here in Minneapolis, but also across the
Gabe,
country.
I hate to interrupt. My apologies to the councilman. The court is back in session. You're looking at Derek Chauvin. They're standing as the jury now is led into the courthouse. Of course, we have not, and we will not see the jury, but all the participants and spectators are standing right now
Please be seated.
they take their seats.
Members of the jury, I understand you have a verdict. Members of the jury, I will now read the verdicts as they will appear in the permanent records of the 4th Judicial District. State of Minnesota, County of Hennepin, District Court, 4th Judicial District. State of Minnesota Plaintiff versus Derek Michael Chauvin, Defendant. Verdict, Count 1. Court File Number 27, CR 20-12646. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to Count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty. This verdict agreed to this 20th day of April 2021 at 1:44 p.m. Signed, juror foreperson, juror number 19. Same caption, verdict count 2. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 2, third-degree murder, perpetrating an eminently dangerous act, find the defendant guilty. This verdict agreed to this 20th day of April 2021 at 1:45 p.m. Signed by jury foreperson, juror number 19. Same caption, verdict count 3. We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 3, second-degree manslaughter, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk, find the defendant guilty. This verdict agreed to this 20th day of April 2021 at 1:45 p.m. Jury foreperson 019. Members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you individually if these are your true and correct verdicts. Please respond yes or no. Juror number 2, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 19, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 27, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 44, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 52, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 55, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 79, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 85, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 89, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 91, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 92, are these your true and correct verdicts?
Yes.
Are these your verdicts, so say you one, so say you all?
Yes. Yes.
Members of the jury, I find that the verdicts as read reflect the will of the jury and will be filed accordingly. I have to thank you on behalf of the people of the state of Minnesota for not only jury service, but heavy-duty jury service. What I'm going to ask you to do now is to follow the deputy back into your usual room, and I will join you in a few minutes to answer questions and to advise you further. So, all rise for the jury. All right, be seated. With the guilty verdicts returned, we're going to have Blakely, you may file a written argument as to Blakely factors within 1 week. The court will issue findings on the Blakely factors, the factual findings, 1 week after that. We'll order a PSI immediately returnable in 4 weeks. And we will also have a briefing on, after you get the PSI, 6 weeks.
All right, there you go. That's a live streaming coverage from NBC News on the Derek Chauvin trial, of course, in the murder of George Floyd. Chauvin found guilty on all charges, Jason?
Yeah, so three charges did Derek Chauvin face, and the judge did read and announce that that was the verdict that the jury did conclude. So all 3 charges, Derek Chauvin found guilty.
Right. There was unintentional homicide in the commission of a felony and 2nd and 3rd degree murder. 7-Eleven, quick break, and we're back with Dave Della Sola, Labor Director, next on The Link. Good morning.
The world of television
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Local music, Ray Santos, Fighting for Life, 715, guilty on all counts in the Derek Chauvin trial. Thank you to our partners over at NBC News for that live stream there. 716, coming up, Speaker Therese Terlahi, Senator Jim Moylan, Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic School Superintendent, Environmental Health, Public Health. and Jason Solis with news. We've also got a bunch of great segments for you guys. We talked a little bit about former Mayor Ben Gumatautau punching former Mayor Nito Blas. We'll play that and go down memory lane later on the show. First, let's get right into the Zoom room where Dave Delasola, Labor Director, is standing by. Good morning, Dave. Thanks for hanging on.
No problem. Nice to be here. Thank you, Chris.
Let's just go ahead and start with, I saw you guys had come out with a release explaining how to claim the exemption for the PUA on the taxes, right?
Yeah. It was something that, in cooperation with Daphne over at DRT, that I've been getting inundated with calls on our 311 system about that, even though it's not really a DOL issue. It's, filing your income tax, revenue tax. But I thought it would be a good public service if I pretty much took Daphne's release and, did it, re-script it and put a little bit more details and kind of release it out again. And not only in the newspapers, but every claimant, when they go on to Hire Guam and log in, they're going to have a banner on top that with a link that will explain, that they can click and explain basically how to get this tax exclusion, file for it. And we will send an email blast also to all claimants. That's already in the, in the works with our system provider.
Were you getting a lot of calls about it? Is that why you kind of put this out?
Yes. I mean, it's not no secret how hard it is to get through 311. And so I'm trying to keep it to, claimants with real issues that so that we can help them, fix or correct their issues or answer their questions about PUA. But the tax exemption is exactly what it is. It's an income tax issue, and it's not our purview. Right. But in order to save that, like I said, to give it a lot of headaches, we went ahead and gave some details because I think it's good. It's good for the island to know, we got, close to 30,000 claimants, how to file. So, the two scenarios are, if you haven't filed already, then when you do your 1040 easy or whatever form you're going to do, your regular 1040, you would get a Schedule 1 form and basically follow the guidance. You would put the total PUA amount that you got on your 1099 into the line 7 on your Schedule 1. And then you would follow the instructions, and it'll allow you to put in the 10,200 and subtract it from your total PUA amount, and then take that amount and add that to whatever other income you have to get a new, taxable amount, which would be much lower, and so that you would save taxes or you would get a refund, one or the other. And then the other way that is there's a lot of people that filed early because they were hoping to get the stimulus and they wanted to get their income tax early. So if they filed a 2020 income tax, then you simply print out, go to online or go down to Revenue Tax and get a 1040X. And that helps you file an amended return. And you just fill that out. And you put in the 10,200 exclusion, and you would get that new adjusted gross income. And then from there, you would ordinarily look at your new tax, and you should, if you paid, you should have a small credit. You attach that with your old tax that you filed already, and you refile that, and that'll be a new amended return. And it's pretty straightforward. The instructions are pretty clear. There shouldn't be any more questions. If you do, just look it up. There's plenty of things on Google on how to take this exclusion because it's not only for Guam, but it went out nationwide.
Yeah, I was getting a lot of questions about that filing for that exemption. We got a comment here, Dave. For PUA round 2, 3, if full-time job was furloughed or laid off, however, individual got a part-time job for the time being, are they still eligible for PUA? If so, is there a cap on the hours eligible for part-time per week or per pay period?
Okay. I'll just answer generally, but I don't like answering subjective questions because they usually don't include all the facts, and they think that basically if you are a full-time employee and you have a part-time job, then you're working reduced hours, and yes, you would be qualified. If you had a full-time job and you got another full-time job at a lower income, you still are full-time and you would not be qualified. It's not necessarily based on dollar amount, it's based on hours worked. If you're working a 10-hour job and you got laid off and you got another 10-hour job, then you are not reduced in hours or affected. You would be back to your regular hours, and you would not qualify. But like I said, if you were 20 hours and you got a new 10-hour job, then you would qualify.
What are you making, Dave, of these like private sector grumblings about, they need workers, but maybe people aren't applying for jobs because they're on that PUA? Is this pretty real?
We started to hear some of these noise, and it's a natural, unfortunately, that some of these entry-level jobs that are opening up pay less than probably what they're getting for PUA. And, when you start weighing it out, or do I stay home and and wait and still collect a nice PUA check, or do I go out and get that, job that I'll make less? And, it's inherent that it's going to happen. I'm not going to say that it's not. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but, my advice is to these people that, September is around the corner. And if you wait till September when PUA runs out, then you and thousands of others are going to be going after that same job. And then you're not going to have any money. And so don't be short-sighted. Look at the long-term benefits. And you should start that job. If you don't mind, I had an interesting meeting yesterday with GCC Mary Okada and her staff, and we started to lay out what she's going to be offering this summer moving forward as far as training and job opportunities. So that's what we're working on very aggressively now with our service providers, to find out what training opportunities are there going to be for those unemployed who want to get a career change. So, there's heavy equipment operating, there's certified nursing assistants, there's medical code and billing, there's a whole myriad. There'll be some ship repair, HVAC, there will be construction, there will be a whole myriad. We're just trying to work out a timetable and class size and dollar amounts, and I'll be doing that with several other service providers so that I can basically come out to the island and say, here are all these certified job like boot camps or certification that you can go into, and some will lead right into a job. Some will lead right into a job and apprenticeship. Some will just lead into a certificate where you should be able to take that to any company very easily and get a job. And these are in a new career path. So we're starting to lay out the framework for all these training programs that hopefully will be coming up this summer or even sooner for these unemployed to take advantage. They're going to be limited in size. Typically these things are averaging around 20 people a class size because they move very quickly and they're very short in duration. And that's something that we are working very vigorously to help before September comes. And the good thing is for those who go into these training classes can be exempt from the job search when we implement that, probably sometime latter part of May.
Dave, we had another comment here. Are we still eligible if we made less than $10,000? Do we still have to do an amendment?
You don't have to do an amendment, period. That's just something that's there as your option. So if you calculate it, and some people, if you made PUA only and didn't get a full round of PUA and you did your standard deduction, you would fall under the amount that you pay taxes on. So if you didn't pay any taxes, then you don't have to do anything. But a lot of times, and like I said, I'm not a tax guy, and I shouldn't be giving tax advice. But, I like to put my foot in everything. Run the numbers at least and see whether or not you get a savings, because you could save yourself a couple $100, dollars, and you decide whether or not you want to take it or not. So this is a savings on average. So you don't have to file something that's a savings.
Dave, what about fraud? I saw that the AG had come down with some stuff, a couple more cases of PUA fraud.
Yeah, well, this is, as I told you before, this isn't the last case, and neither will this case be the last case. We continue to, audit. We continue to identify fraud, not only off island, but locally. And those that we identify, we forward to either the AG's office or the FBI, and they decide if they're going to move forward after doing their investigations. And this particular one was one case that was forwarded to the Attorney General, and they decided to move forward. And I don't want to comment on anything that's so early in the investigation, other than, of course, we're fully cooperating with the AG's office, and as far as information, and we'll let them take it to wherever direction it goes.
Dave, how do you determine which cases you refer to the AG's office and which, the feds just pick up the stuff, or how do you decide?
So, it's not rocket science. It's usually how egregious the claimant is doing, whether they're using false information, doctored documents, using, non-existent claimants, so there are a number of things. And of course, another big factor is if they got paid out or not, depending. But, it all depends on the severity of the action of the claimant when they filed. And we basically put together a laundry list, and we go over it with the appropriate authorities. And then they decide which ones are the ones worth pursuing.
Is there a charge for the training courses you were talking about, Dave? And how do people get on them?
So when we start releasing it, the NDWG grant that we got, the dislocated worker grant, we have probably about 4 million. That will help pay for those who were unemployed because of COVID. So those who are basically on my PUA program who are unemployed, a lot of them in the hospitality industry or the hotel industry or whatever, and they know that they're not going to be going back to work anytime soon, and they are tired of that industry or any industry, and they just want to get a change. They just want to go something that is new and different and in demand, and maybe it's not so volatile as far as hiring. Then they would go down to the AJC, basically fill out their forms and qualify for those funds, and we pay for them. So this is, that's why I said I don't have unlimited funding for this. So the early bird gets the worm, and sooner you apply, when we come out with these laundry lists of trainings that'll be out there, which are limited, then, so now's the time to start calling up and getting an appointment and at least getting qualified for assistance. And then any of those trainings that come up, if you're already qualified, then we will pay for you to get retrained or reskilled in a new occupation or career. And this is a huge opportunity for you because some of these courses cost thousands of dollars. And so I'm just trying to tell you, I don't have unlimited funding. So get down to the AJC, fill out those forms, get qualified for the funding, and then you can, pick and choose what kind of field that comes up. So if you're interested in HVAC, then basically we can put you on the list for, for that class. And if you wanted to become a home care, home care person, that is a huge demand right now. And especially with COVID, they need home care assistance, people going to the homes and assisting people who are, disabled. And that will be going out. There'll be CNA, which is Certified Nursing Assistants. We'll have several service providers offering courses in that. And some offer it in the evening, some offer it in day, some offer it in different times. So you can pick that kind of, you can just go right into it without having to wait to get qualified. So, I want to get everybody started now and not wait to September because, I can just see you come September saying, hey, Dave, there's a long line, people can't get in and get qualified. And, we're not set up to deal with thousands of people coming down, and nor am I going to prepare and spend all that money for an event that's going to be short in duration, that's going to happen and then go away, and then I'm stuck with all these extra employees. So I'm trying to get these unemployed to come down and start hitting us now, get prepared. That doesn't mean that you have to basically, get something right away, but you at least lay the foundation so that when, if you see a class that may not be offering for another 2 months, you can go ahead and say, if that's the class, get on that list and get in there. Because remember, just because there's a class doesn't mean you're going to get in there. They're going to, a lot of these classes are tied to employers. Right. That's the good thing about some of these classes. And some of them have an interview process by the employer that says, okay, you look like you got all the workings for a good employee. Once you finish this class, you can, we select you. Some of these courses are just a certification class. So all you need to do is have interest. Then you can just go in there. So like I said, once they're full, they're full. And, because of COVID, class sizes are not as large as they normally are. Yeah. So once they're filled up, you're going to have to wait again. And like I said, there's only so many service providers that are going to only be able to offer so many classes. And we have this many people that are not working. there's just not enough supply for the demand.
Right. So Dave, when it starts to get closer to when this is coming out, let us know and we'll put the word out for you. Last question here. When's the next batch coming out?
It's every 2 weeks. So this coming Tuesday will be the next batch.
Okay. Well, Dave, thanks for your time again. And yeah, let's partner up, man, with those programs, those trainings start to become, well, before they could become available. Come on and we'll get out the process to everyone.
Sure. And I appreciate you putting the word out to the public. And like I say, again to you, please go down to the AJC, get registered, get qualified, and then you can, once these classes come out, all you have to do is either select them and not wait to get qualified and then go in there. They're going to fill up fast. So do your due diligence. Go down and make an appointment to see one of our case managers and get qualified, and let them know what your interests are so that they know when these classes come up that they can start pre-selecting you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate you giving me some minutes to tell the public.
Always, anytime. We can do it tomorrow if you want. Let me know. There you go. Dave Della Sola, Labor Director. Guys, we'll take a quick break and come back with Speaker Therese Terlahi next, right here on the link, which is brought to you by East West Rental. You need a mixer, a ditch digger, what you need, they got it at East West Rental. Also, a carrier from Aircon Babies, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box, where you can get the $3 sauce and loaded seasoned curly fries with the slow smoked bacon. Oh my God, bro. It's only $3, man. It's available in 2 flavors, triple cheddar and spicy pepper jack. Thank you.
I live for the moment every morning when you say pepper jack.
Pepper jack.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Pepper jack for me is like coffee. You guys do coffee. I'm
right.
I'm all about pepper jack.
Right on. So you get it there, Jack in the Box at 7:38. Good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community.
In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth.
Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
And the homework that's due, baby, is it cool if I take you out? I know it's for the better me and you. Let's take advantage of this beautiful weather. Do you wanna try for us one more time? Night for us to treat you right. Let me take care of you. Just tell me what to do. You wanna try for us one more time? Night for us to treat you right. Let me take care of you. Just tell me what to do for you, for you, oh yes, for you. And yes, I know there's a couple other guys. We can still take this risk despite the fact that we dated before. I wanna feel the way I felt once more as I caress your body down. Completely shut out everything that's around, just you and me. It's crazy how painless that truth can be. Cause baby, I know if you give me another chance, I'm bound to stay. Our love will go out. This time my feelings don't fade away. You wanna try for us one more time? Night for us to treat you right. Let me take care of you. Just tell me what to do. You wanna try for us one more time? Night for us to treat you right. Let me take care of you. Just tell me what to do for you.
Keo Blas, try for us. 7:43. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Speaker Theresa Lahi getting emotional. I think a lot of people were around the country and even here on Guam with the verdict in this Derek Chauvin trial. Madam Speaker, you were following it pretty close, right?
Yes. Yeah, I was following close, and I was so anxious about the verdict. So I'm glad you live streamed that. Thank you. That was good. And I was so distracted by that all morning.
Right. And people kept on messaging me like, hey, the verdict. And then, we are an NBC affiliate. So I was like, I think we can pull some strings and get this out there. So I'm just glad the verdict came out because we still got a whole show to do. And I wasn't sure how long we were going to jump on that stream. Madam Speaker, we don't have a whole lot of time, but I did want to just jump right into it. And this is a conversation we've been having for several weeks here on the link. And it's the $664 million question. How is the governor going to spend this pandemic relief from the American Rescue Plan? Yesterday, Adelup had put out a letter. The governor wants to meet with the legislature for their input on the $664 million pandemic relief funds she'll be getting from the American Rescue Plan. Now, in this letter, which was addressed to you and Minority Leader Chris Duenas, the governor said she'd like to meet with senators to discuss the plan to spend the money. She said that in order to transition from crisis response to economic recovery, they must adopt a one Guam approach. She's asking the legislature for a list of priorities by April 30th. The meeting date was not yet announced. Your comments?
Well, I absolutely agree with a one Guam approach. I've been asking for the same. I think the legislature as a whole has also been very concerned that this is a huge amount of money. It's unprecedented for Guam. It's very much needed, and I think it can make an impact for generations. So we want to all be part of ensuring that we are going to make system changes on Guam going forward, that this money will be used fairly and wisely, and that we are going to lift people out of poverty. We're going to make changes to our health system and our safety system so that we can live the way we've intended to live on Guam, safely and securely here going forward with in the face of additional threats. And so that's what we've all wanted to ensure. And so, yes, I think the legislature has been preparing all this time to be part of this conversation. I've personally asked the governor on several occasions that is how we move forward, and that is really the only way. So we will be having a conversation. I think in the interim, of course, we are working on budget, and so we have, been running our numbers and trying to incorporate, the effects of the 661 million as to our local budget as well. As you know, this amount is almost equivalent to the general fund amount that we've spent in the fiscal year 2020. So it's it's got huge impacts. And the law itself that's being passed is going to have impacts to come with the continuing, earned income tax credit and different revenues. So it's good news, but we just have to do our part, and we've got to ensure that the people of Guam know that we're going to put in the infrastructure that we need. Infrastructure in many areas, financial infrastructure. We're going to put in the infrastructure such as water that is very much needed. I'm glad Congress recognizes the need for that type of infrastructure. So I'm very excited when I spoke with GWA recently that they are hoping to use some of the federal funds that that are being set aside for infrastructure for bringing water and sewer to places in great need, and such as Adakau area and the Gilbaza perhaps. But I'm hoping that we can also expand that to these large tracts of Chamorro Land Trust that have gone without water or sewer, and people are living in substandard. And this is what I'm hoping that we can accomplish together, is that we are going to bring people of Guam out of poverty, and that we are going to set our systems, especially our healthcare systems, so that they will never have to go back there.
Right.
And,
Speaker, I mean, very, very lofty goals. I kind of like what you said about lifting people out of poverty. I guess, what do you think took so long? Because we've been talking about this since they started talking about the $600 million in the Congress, when it was still, and the conversation was always like, we want a seat at the table. We want to help determine how this money is going to be spent. And so this letter kind of comes, I mean, it couldn't have come at a better time, really. But was there any like behind the scenes, maybe, hey, Gov, come on?
Well, like I've said, I've asked her personally on several occasions that, the only way we're going to go forward is if we go forward together. And I know that our budget chair, it feels the same way. And that we all know that if we don't know the details of how the 661 million is going to be spent, it's going to have implications on our budget, and we are going to be guessing, and that's not going to be good for anyone. And so, but we do intend to have an impact on how that will be spent.
How is this going to temper the budget talks, right? Because you guys were just saying, and I think there was even a bill maybe about adjusting the budget with the American Rescue Plan. So now that the governor's, letting you guys in the room to discuss this, does this kind of throw water on those plans to adjust the budget, or is that still going to be moving forward?
No, I think I'm guessing that the governor recognizes that they are intertwined necessarily, and that's why these conversations are necessary. You can't avoid it. You can't avoid the impacts of this money on budget. And the legislature, I think, has made it clear in our conversations, in our meetings with her, in our, budget proposals, hearing from the appropriations chair, from the minority senators and their bill regarding, adjusting the budget based on the 661 million, that all of us are pretty much united in that, we want to have a say in where this is going to be spent. We want to, that's our role. Our role is, not to spend the money, but just to lay out the fiscal priorities for the government of Guam. And if we're going to do that properly, then absolutely we should know where that 661 million is going to be spent, know what will be the priorities for any other revenue coming in.
So the
There's a lot more coming in, Chris, besides the 661 million.
Right,
There's
yeah.
other, set-asides for all these other agencies, Health Department, GMH, and the infrastructure projects. So all of this plays together. If we can make an impact on the fuel, we're setting aside fuel tax so that we can build roads. But if we're going to be able to build roads another way, then I think that has huge impacts on us. And so we should address those right away.
The Consolidated Revenue and Expenditure Report for March 2021 and the Special Revenue Fund Report for March 2021. Are we short $37 million?
You may be reading that right, but the details I saw were... let me just see. I think the general fund, if you separate the general fund and the special funds, the general fund, we're short about, I think, $6 million for this month. And then overall, we had 25 million one month, 22 million another month.
Yeah.
So overall, it's like 9.6 million.
Okay. But does
for
that
6 months, right?
Yeah. Does that even matter, though, if we're getting this 600 some million?
Well, that, of course, depends how you spend it, right? So somebody's short 9.6 million so far, or, through all this time, they've been short, these agencies. So they've been not able to do some of the things that they were supposed to be doing. And our special funds are continuing to be short, including the highway fund, the solid waste fund, the healthy futures fund is even short, and the educational facilities fund. So they're all short. And I'm sure the governor intends to use some of the money to make up for shortfalls, such as customs, fees and different things. And we've heard her in the media promise, many different agencies that she's going to take care of their shortfalls. I think, she told that to the mayors, she told that to the courts, she told that to others, that she would take care of the shortfalls. Yeah. So, we just want to see the details of that, because that takes huge chunks out of we're all dreaming to use 661 million on.
You know what else takes a huge chunk out of it is this plan to build a new hospital. The governor came out and said, right off the top, I'm taking 300 mil to build a new hospital, half of it. So when you're talking about you want to lift people out of poverty and you want to do all these different things and how pivotal this money is, I mean, it's life-changing, right? Are we still going to be able to do all these things if, like, right off the top, half is going to a new hospital?
Well, of course, we'll be able to do less. But like I said, there are other funds coming in for infrastructure and other things. And so together, we should try to do them all. I'm with the governor on that we should try to effectuate a new hospital. But there are other ways to finance it. And, 300, unfortunately, only finances half of a hospital. She's talking about building an entire health complex. And so, as you've seen, there's even been a bill introduced by Joseph Augustine. That's another way to fund it. There are other ways. I'm not particularly keen on using the earned income tax credit revenue. I think we need to make sure that we have that readily available to pay this credit out to people. That earned income tax credit goes to people. I argued this case when, early on, that this credit is going to it's to keep people working. And so that, otherwise they might be able to, get more benefit not working and getting on welfare. But this is to keep them working, to help families so that they can keep working. And so it gives them the credit, and it's a cash that they're going to receive. So we want that to be available on a rolling basis as they file. The other thing is, I think we should make sure that as many families on Guam are knowledgeable about that credit that is available to them when they file their taxes, so that they can take advantage of that. Now that we're being recognized, that it's going to be credited to us from the federal government, then they should absolutely avail of it. And I want to make sure that we set aside a little bit just to make sure that we have a program going to help these taxpayers to avail of them.
Right. Just as the health chair, are you satisfied with the whole process? Because it kind of seemed like, and I don't know how much legwork was done before the governor came out and said, "Hey, I want to build a new hospital and take it $300 million." But so since that point, we've had Lillian on, and they've determined all these different sites, and they're really moving forward, I think, pretty quickly on this. Are you confident that as quick as we're moving, that everything that needs to be in place in terms of like accountability, transparency, and just input from all the stakeholders, is that happening?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes, I've been to 2 meetings. They've only had 2 meetings that we were all invited to, but it was very, very clear prior to these 2 meetings, there had been several decisions that had already been made. Yes, that's clear to me. I'm not under a delusion that this is where we're really going to be hashing it out. So I'm just trying to work with the process that we've been given and to have input in any other way that we can. And so, for example, they want to combine all these public health facilities together. And then during the meeting, one person mentioned, but maybe we should take mental health out because they're getting a grant right now. GURA is going to help them to build if it's a federal grant, they're going to build an additional facility where they are. Right. So, it's kind of like you can't. The questions when we ask them, I want to make sure that we're going to build a facility based on what we need and based on what we have determined to be our priorities, and that's kind of where the questions are going back and forth. We want to determine that first. So they throw out a number, we need 100 acres, right? And so I want to know, how did they come up with that number? Yeah. And what are we going to use the 100 acres for? How crucial is it? I've been asking the director of public health, how crucial is it that public health be adjacent to the hospital versus, 2 miles away versus, 30 miles away? What is it that you're trying to share besides a beautiful facility, right? And just because there are other practicalities involved, right? We have an entire community that has set up their businesses based on the location of the hospital right now. Yeah. We have, just access to services. We want access to services to be convenient. We want standard of care to be highest. And so that's what I want our priorities to be driven by. They've apparently already hired a contractor, a consultant. They hired Matrix again. And all of that was done prior to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because it kind of seemed like, boom, the governor came out, and it's like, I was just wondering, man, it seems like there's already been a lot of work done on this behind the scenes. Yeah.
You're right. They've already pretty much set the scope of work for Matrix. They've set the, they're setting parameters that they want 100 acres. They're, they had announced where they wanted this hospital. I think, I don't know. I was concerned about ancestral landowners. If we start announcing, and now I'm hearing about it, they might ask the military to lease it to the government of Guam for hospital purposes, and in that way bypass the landowners themselves. And I feel like we have to be consistent as a government, and this is what Team Guam is supposed to be. Our one team is supposed to mean we consult each other, and then we go to the federal government, and we, are consistent in what we ask for, and that we are consistent in what we tell the public that we are going to go for. And that's all. That's
what it's supposed to be. But I think when the governor says one Guam, she means that my Guam, you come on my team. I'm the captain. You play by my rules. You go on the bench when I tell you go on the bench. Speaker, you talk about meetings with the governor. Someone who just had a meeting with the governor on Monday, Chamorro Land Trust Commission Chairman John Regis Jr. Mum is the word. They aren't saying a thing about this meeting. I reached out to Crystal Pacos and Augustine. I was told that she's got to talk with the governor to come out with a comment. That comment never came. I also reached out to the chair, John Regis Jr. Hey, what happened in the meeting with the governor? Also, no information. So do you know what happened in the meeting with the governor and what it means for the future of Jack Hattig of the Chamorro Land Trust?
No, unfortunately, I don't. And I'm as anxious as you are to understand what if the Chamorro Land Trust is able to move forward, and that's really the goal. We need them to move forward. We have hashed this out in, when the whole Barragata Heights came out, and PICA stopped everything, and the commission did so much work to lay out how they were going to resolve all the issues that, that explosion brought forward.
Yes. Madam
And
Speaker,
so-
I'm so sorry. I just got to sign on really quick, but I definitely want to continue the answer to this question. It's 8 o'clock on the breeze. We're KUAM FM in Agatnia, Guam. We're ready to go on KUAM TV. This is the link, proudly brought to you by East West Rental Calvo Enterprises, Carrier, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. In the news momentarily, but we're continuing an interview with Speaker Thiessen Terlahi, and we had just popped the question about this closed-door meeting between the Chamorro Land Trust Commission Chair John Regis Jr. and the governor. And Speaker Thiessen Terlahi was just saying she knows as much as we do, which is absolutely nothing about what transpired in that meeting, what was said, were there marching orders given. What we do know is that leading into that meeting last week, the Chamorro Land Trust Commission had met. They, as a board, had determined that Jack Hattig was not suited for the job. And like I said earlier, in the real world, when your bosses tell you you're not suited for the job, that usually means you don't have a job anymore. But I'm not sure how the governor got folded into the equation, and whether or not they felt they needed to get her approval. But there's something going on here. Madam Speaker, you were saying that again, you don't know what happened in that meeting. Are we going to find out?
I don't know what happened in the meeting. I'm looking forward to finding out, most especially whether the commission is able to move forward, especially with the residential leases. That's our goal, and we've got to stay focused on that and not get distracted by, all other kinds of things, which is why it was very unfortunate that land agent, pointed out that we're having more issues, because we need to address these issues. And we've been trying to address old issues. We've got new issues, and that, and this land trust, it needs all of our help. And I just thought we were looking at a chance here to really get it to move, and I really want that to happen, and it has to happen. I mean, I'm telling you, the purpose of this trust was to restore these families whose land had been taken, right? To give them a chance to build a new life. And this government delay, the government issues that we have, we can't, follow a list, we make people jump around, all of that, it's just got to end. So I'm glad that the chair stopped things when they, heard that complaint from the land agent. But we need to move forward as efficiently as possible, as quickly as we can, and with a real good procedure. Now they are having, it's challenging. We need, probably more staff than they have right now, and we just need to help them, I think, to get the money back that was taken from their survey and infrastructure fund, so that they can do the surveys and make more lots available and things like this. And so I've pointed out to every commissioner that has come through for confirmation that it is on the commissioners to hire an executive director. That's the law. It's very clear. The commissioner's power is to hire the executive director and to set the salary and to set the duties. And so I very much expect to hold these commissioners accountable for the progress that they get out of their executive director and out of their own work. And so I just am looking forward to them acting swiftly or doing whatever they need to do to make sure that we can progress.
Right. Yeah. But do you think they can progress with Jack Hattig remaining on the job? Because we know, and we've said, multiple sources confirmed that the former chair of PICA had also tried to remove Hattig from his role as the director of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. And now we have these classified land agents, I mean, really risking their jobs, coming out and saying, hey, man, this guy was coercing me to do things that are against the rules and regs. The governor herself said that Jack Hattig didn't do it intentionally, that she was sure that he didn't mean to break the rules and regs, which is an admission of breaking the rules and the regs. So, that being said, when you talk about focusing on what really needs to be done, can we do that while continuing to have a director who the board has no confidence in at the helm?
Well, the board seemed to say that they could not do that. When they say they lost confidence, I'm assuming that's what that means. But I don't know. That's the board. They have to do it, and they have to act, based on what they've seen. And Chris, I haven't seen maybe what the governor has seen. If she's seen the report as to how the applications are being processed and whether this was a one fluky case where that happened, or whether it happened on many cases where the recommendations of the land agents were, overruled. That's what I would want to know as a board. I would want to know the facts, and I would act on the facts. And that's, so for me right now, I'm have to presume with their 2 executive sessions that they know the facts and that they are going to act on the facts.
But that's really...
And I just think they're trying to be, sometimes we put the nicest people on this commission. It's a volunteer commission, and they've got some very nice people serving, and not all of them are experienced with Guam. Probably none of them before they got on there was experienced with media and all of this, open government law. But I appreciate their service, but I just feel like they're probably being very deferential to the governor, just out of respect. I don't know, but we can still do those things, be respectful, but act according to the law, act according to our duties as trustees of a trust for the benefit of all these beneficiaries that have been waiting for years, generations.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I mean, when you talk about acting on the facts, though, it's kind of hard to do that when they had all these discussions in executive session, right?
That's right. That's why I've written letter after letter asking them, you can have personnel discussions in executive sessions, but you need to have some discussions out where you let us know what's going on with these applications, because I want to know. And I'm not letting up on it. I still want to know. Is that an isolated incident, or did that happen repeatedly? And of course, they're pointing out the land agents seem to now be pointing out additional, and that's a good thing if they feel empowered now to, speak out and tell the facts. So that should have been how it was all along, right? You and I know that, and so I'm hoping that this commission is actually getting that in place. I mean, if you look at the land agents coming out now and saying things, then that's a good thing. It's very good.
Yeah, we'll just see what happens, because I don't think it's a good thing when you have a meeting with the governor and 2 days later, everybody's wondering what happened in that meeting. They need a PIO over there or something.
You're right. And, unfortunately, these commissions are a little bit... open government law also requires the commissions to act in meetings. They cannot act out, go have together and decide what they're going to do. They have to have meetings. It's supposed to be so the public, we can follow along. I was following along that meeting on Facebook, just like, maybe you were. Yeah. And so that's very important. And so I think they're also trying to make sure that they don't violate the open government law by having, additional meetings. They have to wait for their next meeting, which is very frustrating for us. We want action right away. We wanted it, last week. So,
because there was a thing with the former GORA board and the AG where they had the meetings off. So I wonder, and you're absolutely right. The part of the big issue with me is that we already are not seeing this handled in a public light because they're going into executive session, which I think is just egregious, really, and a slap in the face of these hardworking classified employees at the Land Trust. But then on top of that, we go into a secret meeting with the governor where we don't know what happened. And you're right. All of this is being handled outside the public process, and I'm assuming with the approval of the Attorney General's office, because we did have the AG on this show, And we did say, hey, what's up with this executive session? And he defended it. He said, oh, they can do that.
Because it's personnel issues. And that's why I'm saying there may be personnel issues that you go into an executive session to discuss. But these issues regarding how you're handling a certain person's application, how you're handling application, that's not at all a personnel issue. That is a public issue that every beneficiary has a right to know how they are being handled. Whether the recommendation of a land agent is being overruled by a director, absolutely public business. So, yeah, they can go into executive session for any allowable purpose, but there are still issues that the public needs to know. And Chris, yeah, speaking of public, I don't know if you know, we're having a session coming up starting this Friday, and we've got several things going on during the week of session. So in addition to the bills that we have about 8 items on right now, including the ethics bill, the bona fide farmer bill. Those are on the agenda right now. There are others. And we also have 2 resolutions. One is going to Congress regarding Medicaid. One is going to, I think, Fish and Wildlife regarding that conservation area they wanted to set around the seashores. So we're saying they should hold off on that for a while. That's what the resolution says. So those 2 items are on. I'm hoping we will be able to add on a fishermen's co-op resolution where we support community grant funding from Congress, that it go to helping the fishermen's co-op to build the fishermen's co-op facility, because the costs for the fishermen's co-op facility have increased beyond what the initial projections were, due to the seashore had to be shored up and different things that changed the engineering and changed the cost. So, we set some money aside in the hot bonds for that project. And I even went to a shovel, like a groundbreaking, but it hasn't, it had to be revised because of this. So the congressman has asked us, the legislature, to submit a resolution to support his request to the Judiciary Committee back there for community grant funds for that project. We're also going to be holding on Wednesday, the 28th, a state funeral for the late Joe Thiessen, former Speaker of the Guam Legislature. And that will be at 10 a.m. on the 28th, which is Wednesday. On Friday is the beginning of Law Month, and we are going to be having the State of the Judiciary address. That's also at 10 a.m. And so we're hoping to come back that afternoon on the bills.
Any word from the congressman on his address?
All I know is May right now.
Okay.
So I think he's making his plans of exactly when in May he'll be back, and that's when we're going to hold it.
Last question, Speaker, regarding the Chamorro Land Trust oversight. No oversight. At what point do we decide that, hey, I got to get involved in enough writing letters? Let me get in there.
Well, I'm trying to be involved as much as possible, Chris, without overstepping my bounds. And I have discussed these matters with the commissioners. I am written letters to point out, what I think are the applicable laws that I am expecting them to be following. Of course, I'm watching their minutes very closely to see the progress on the actual residential leases. This is in their last agenda. There were, I think, 2 residential leases. And so if I have an oversight, it's going to be focused on that. It's like, why are we delaying residential leases and getting into all kinds of discussions on
commercial.
When people come to them and ask them for a commercial lease. Right. It's not even on properties that they've decided to lease out, and they entertain all of these, which is okay if they can keep up with the residential leases. And they need to get that program smooth enough to just keep functioning. We've had a huge delay because of the court case, and we can't afford to delay any longer. And if you look at it as a big picture, if we're trying to tie in infrastructure to these places, and we're trying to give these people some money, we still have money available in the affordable housing grants from Guam Housing Corporation. All of these can work together to really, really provide affordable housing on Guam. But time is of the essence. It has to work swiftly and and together. So yes, I'm putting a lot of pressure on this commission. I've asked them several times to show me the next large tracts that they intend to divide. And I've asked them repeatedly to get that money back that was taken from their survey fund. I've asked Mr. Byrne, I've asked the governor, I've asked the commissioners. They claim they're going to follow up and get that money back for the survey fund and survey those large tracts, get that land divided, and let's put in our water this time and get them really set up for some affordable housing.
All right. Well, Madam Speaker, you could do an oversight hearing and all that stuff, and then you could be at the end like, oh, by the way, about this whole Jack Hunting thing.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Chris, by the time,
maybe it'll be resolved by that time. Yeah, of course.
We have hearings on the Chamorro Land Trust. Yeah. The issue is, I do not want them to wait for that to act. They should be acting, and so that's. I just think that would be really unbelievable if they have to wait for an oversight hearing in order to act on at least that after they've already made a determination.
Well, have a good session Friday, Madam Speaker, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you, and take care, everyone.
Right on. There you go.
Okay.
That's Madam Speaker Therese Terlahi. 8:16. Quick break. Back with news and Jason Solis right here on The Link. Good morning.
Banners, posters. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly email newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Now there's so many people who criticize about how I live my life, and I ain't trying to be someone else. I'm just trying to be me, so Mr. Man, why can't you see this is the way I want my life to be? Yeah. Now I don't mean no disrespect, but sir, we all heard what you said, and in the papers all of us read. And our feelings it affects, so sir, just take back what you said. Listen to me while I tell you this. Shut your mouth, open your eyes.
Team Manabusa, I think she's staying over in Texas, California, mainland USA of America.
This was the jam when it came out. I remember.
Man, that's so huge. It's definitely aged very well. It's called Let Me Be.
Shut your mouth, let me be.
There's not that many songs where people can deliberately tell someone else to shut your mouth.
Yeah, hey, shut your mouth, but it sounds good, right?
I mean, what other songs do you know where they say, well, Shaft?
Shut your mouth, how can you say? The Smiths.
Ah, good one.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking Shaft. I was like, you talk about Shaft? Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth. 823.
Not a phrase that's that common in the Billboard Top 40.
823, Wednesday, April 21st episode of The Link. And now with the very latest for our 8 o'clock newscast. Good morning, KUAM TV. Jason Solis. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning, everybody. As we reported on our Instagram feed at KUAM News last night, the Subaki Tower did announce that 2 of their eating establishments will be closed until next Monday, the 26th, as some staffers there have tested positive for COVID-19. The company also stresses that contrary to other reports, the entire hotel is not closed, just 2 of those restaurants. Speaking of COVID news, 5 new cases of coronavirus were identified out of 414 tests performed on Monday. JIC says 1 case reported travel history and was identified in quarantine. Another case was identified through contact tracing. So far, there have been 7,884 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam, with 136 deaths. There are 49 cases currently in active isolation. The island's CAR score for the second day is 0.5. Drive-through food commodities distribution continues today at the Manila Night Market grounds. It starts in about 6 minutes and goes until 10 a.m. So if you or your family are in need of a food commodities package, please head over to Manila at the Night Market grounds. If you are an island resident wanting to receive your coronavirus vaccine, and we highly encourage you to do so, you can register online to get your shot. Just make sure to check out KUM.com, and we have put the links there. Guamanians 16 and 17 years of old needing dose 1 of the Pfizer vaccine, as well as those 18 or older for dose 1 of the Moderna vaccine, are eligible. This includes others needing dose 2 of either Pfizer or Moderna. Those needing the second dose can do so up to 4 days ahead of your scheduled time for the shot. Well, now let's go to the KOM newsroom to see what Pete Santos is looking at as you make your way around on this Wednesday morning here on Island. Here's your link.
Having good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on the link. The final countdown begins as the May 1st path to half goal nears. Will Guam achieve a 50% COVID-19 vaccination rate by the start of next month? What exactly does it mean if half of the island's adult population is fully vaccinated by then? Tyler Mantinani zoomed in on this and more with Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera.
Several COVID vaccination clinics, community test sites, and outreaches have been held over the last couple of months. But where does the island stand on the path to half? The goal of reaching a 50% vaccination rate by May 1st. Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera.
When you look at all vaccine efforts on the island, and when I say all vaccine efforts, I'm talking about government of Guam, private sector, and Department of Defense, who vaccinates also active duty, civilian workers, and as well as beneficiaries and contractors. You put them all together, and we're approximately 43.1%.
43.1% of the adult population on Guam, that's 16 years and older, are fully vaccinated. The vast majority of those rates are resulting from the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine. Cabrera says the key to raising the percentage is for the community to make sure they get their second dose. He adds that if the pause on the single-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine were to be lifted, we may even hit the 50% mark before the May 1st goal.
Whether we get there a few days early or a few days late, in the end, it doesn't have that much impact on our overall goal, which is getting to actual herd immunity, which is closer to 80% of the population. So that being said, we are definitely, are on the right track, and there's a chance that we may even hit it toward the end of April, so a few days short of May 1st.
The possibility of achieving an earlier date, Cabrera says, is optimistic but realistic. The FDA and the CDC will meet on Saturday, Guam time, to determine what the next step will be with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Cabrera says the temporary pause will more than likely be lifted.
But there may be some extra precautions that are mentioned with it, or even as much as some restrictions. So that remains to be seen. But I think there's a good chance that by next week, we'll be using the Johnson & Johnson again.
But don't expect things to go completely back to normal once the island reaches 50%. Cabrera reminds the community about the Guam National Guard's vaccination initiative, Operation Liberate Guam.
Really, what gets us to P44 is that 80%, approximately 80% herd immunity number. And so again, that could be arranged between 70% and 90%. But that's why we're just going in the middle and just saying about 80%. And that's the goal for prior to Liberation Day that we're shooting for as well.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Mantinani.
The Guam Crime Stoppers need your help to identify 2 mail theft complaints that occurred in Dedido. According to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapao, the first incident happened on Saturday, March 27th around 4 a.m. As you can see in the video surveillance, a male wearing a dark-colored tank top, dark shorts, and carrying a red backpack is seen walking up to a residential mailbox and stealing mail. Tapao says the male was near House 342 in West Santa Barbara in Dedido. The second incident occurred on Wednesday, April 7th at around 1:30 p.m. Video surveillance footage show a man driving a dark-colored hatchback car pulling up to the mailbox in front of the House 171 in West Santa Barbara in Dedido. The man is seen stealing mail from within the box. Tapao says this incident occurred 5 minutes after the mail was delivered to the home.
If anybody suspects anything suspicious, please, if you are expecting mail and you see that your whole street has a a delivery system by the U.S. Postal Service, reach out to your respective neighbors and tell them that this is what we're seeing in the community's mail theft.
If you're a victim of mail theft, you can report it at your local police precinct and are encouraged to contact your respective post office. If you have any information that can aid with these two cases, please submit a tip online at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. All tip information will remain completely confidential, and a cash reward of up to $1,000 could be paid if the information provided leads to an arrest and a grand jury indictment. A bill to add private adoption agencies as an option for newborns was discussed at a public hearing Tuesday. Testifying in support of the measure by Senator Mary Torres was Lori Boss, Executive Director of Ohala Adoptions, a nonprofit company that was started last year to help ease the burden on the local foster care system.
By pre-approving our prospective adoptive families, we're able to have an immediate option for the placement of infants directly to a safe and stable adoptive home. Multiple placements are a major contributor of trauma for children in care. Anytime foster care can be avoided and a permanent placement made instead, there is less trauma for an infant.
But Department of Youth Affairs Director Lonnie Brennan, whose agency temporarily oversees Child Protective Services, testified that while the intent is good, the bill lacks the necessary protections to prevent abuse of the system.
I believe it too broadly enables anyone to set up shop here with a business license without first putting in procedural safeguards or a regulatory process to do so. Even childcare facilities on Guam have a licensure process. I believe we need to further look at it and clarify. And just for purposes of explaining, there are actually 432 children in different types of foster care placement. Most of that, the bulk of those kids, reside in relative or kinship placement.
Brennan says only a fraction of those children are actually up for adoption. She says the last time officials had to decide on the placement of an infant for adoption was in 2017. Sponsor Torres says the bill is meant to ensure every abandoned infant finds a safe and loving home. She says there needs to be a robust adoption system along with Child Protective Services. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Pete. In other news, are you looking for a job and struggling to make ends meet? If so, you want to polish your resume and dress up your LinkedIn profile, because as our Isaiah Uggan reports, he's got very welcome news about a job fair starting today.
The Namkin 2021 Job Fair will give job seekers an opportunity to do interviews and speak with employers for jobs on the spot. The fair is open to graduating seniors and is also open to the public. The annual fair will be held virtually on Wednesday, April 21st through Thursday, April 22nd from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The participating employers will include the U.S. Army, Providence Region, MCS LLC, U.S. Department of State, KUAM News, Joint Region Marianas, Guam Temps Incorporated, GDOE, GPD, G4S, GTA, the Honolulu Federal Bureau of Investigation, Cloverdale Foods, Allegro Beverage Corp., Docomo Pacific, and Deloitte & Touche. Residents interested in participating can sign up for free at url.uog.edu/jobfair2021. After completing registration, participants will receive a unique link to join the virtual job fair. The main meeting room will inform participants of the various employment opportunities and when breakout sessions for each employer will begin. Participants may request entrance into any employer's breakout room, where employers will show a short presentation on their company, organization, and available opportunities. Participants must have digital copies of their resumes and cover letters ready to send electronically and should dress professionally. They will also need a stable internet connection and a device with a webcam, speakers, and microphones to fully participate in the job fair. For more details, you can contact the UOG Career Development Office via email at career.development@triton.uog.edu. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi, Isaiah Uggan.
All right, thanks so much, Isaiah. Great job on that story. Next, a very disturbing story is 3 female victims of sexual assault who share the same perpetrator, Tomas Quitano, who sexually assaulted the women on separate occasions. As Adriana Cotera now reports, the women are coming together to speak out against sexual assault and victim shaming.
Ha'ani Faharan, Cassidy Santos, Shania Alvarez say their lives have forever been changed as each of these women have experienced a traumatic incident within the past year.
I felt someone touch my back, rub my neck, my shoulders down to my hips. He grabbed my butt. He he was doing all sorts of things. In that moment, I literally felt like I couldn't breathe. Like, I was like, holy shit, is this really happening to me?
He did rub my vagina. He did sexually assault me.
The alleged perpetrator, Thomas Joseph San Nicolas Quitano. He was someone these women trusted as a close friend, called him a brother, and someone they say they least expected to feel betrayal or be sexually assaulted by.
He would come to my house and barbecue for me. Like, he was that person that, you know, you depended on, you trusted. And I think that's what gave him the leverage that made him feel comfortable for him to do what he did, which is wrong.
I mean, I let him babysit my son for crying out loud, him and his girlfriend, like, and that's what just breaks my heart, you know, like, how can you do this?
The three women have filed police reports, and since 2 magistrates' complaints have come down on Quitano, charging him with 4th-degree criminal sexual conduct as a misdemeanor. In the first case, where Quitano faces 2 counts of CSE for inappropriately touching Fajarin and Santos on different occasions, the defendant was held on a $500 cash bail. And the second case, which Quitano is accused of sexually assaulting Alvarez, he was released on a $1,000 personal recognizance bond. Quitano's next court appearances will be next month for his arraignment hearings. According to the ladies, since they made the complaint, they unfortunately have received backlash as they explain how they worked up the courage to walk into the police precinct.
I stayed in my car for about 30 minutes before I actually got out to go into the police, because I was shaking. I was nervous. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I didn't think anyone was going to believe me.
And I just want to say a lot of victims, you know, they don't want to come forward because, to be completely honest, I even said this to the cop during the interview because I was on FaceTime with Ha'ani. A lot of the times the justice system fails the victims, and that's just the truth.
As these women stand together, they share this message to the perpetrator.
How dare you? Like, we trusted you. You met our families. We brought you into our homes. Like, how it's, I don't even think it's a mental illness at that point. It's just, how dare you? We're all traumatized. We're all going through, we're all grieving because of this person that we trusted.
All right, Adriana, thanks so much for that report. As we were reporting earlier on the link today, the verdict has been reached and is in for the Derek Chauvin trial in Minnesota. Here's more from CBS News.
Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin was facing charges for killing George Floyd when he knelt on his neck for more than 9 minutes last May. The jury reviewed 3 weeks of testimony from 45 witnesses in one of the most closely watched murder trials in American history. During lengthy closing arguments Monday, the state asked jurors to use common sense and to believe their eyes.
The defendant abandoned his values, abandoned the training, and killed a man.
The defense argued Chauvin only did what any reasonable officer would do and repeated a theory that Floyd died of a heart attack or drug overdose.
Were there other contributing factors that were not the natural result of Mr. Chauvin's acts? The drug ingestion, right? The bad heart, the diseased heart, the hypertension.
Businesses are already boarded up. The protests have been peaceful so far, but the city is bracing for the possibility that could change. The jury took less than a full day to reach its verdict. Michael George, CBS News, Minneapolis.
And finally, let's speak Guam's native tongue as our own Kin Conception brings you the day's latest headlines in native Chamorro.
Buenas and half a day, stiga suntig finut Chamorro gini KOM News para Merkulis, dia 21 Abril 2021.
Sina federada juda siya di sagan sumotso ni man na sen mapuri business niya ni ipesti. Aji Restaurant Revitalization Fund Papa American Rescue Plan entry Administration Biden sa managwa maski 28 billion pesos para in assisting grant. Small Business Administration para SBA numatarya para huiluy este na programa sa manunsya nagwa mas libyano na hinano aplikasyon. Imagas opisina ni SBA gwinigitsagwahan si Ken Luhan asangan na nanangga mega na aplikasyon. Nasalapi sa parumagya mo na gifinain na matu finain na masetbi but first come first served. Mas informasyon sa gayigizon niya yung SBA website. Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association sa paruma azuday membro siya di aplikasyon. Yotro asunto, Departamento ng Administrasyon sa matutsunig mo na plano niya ni paruma na mas adelanto niya Financial Management System. Direktor at na ahensya si Ed Burns sa asangan ng documentos ko dyan si Vice Speaker Tina Buna Barnes gi Martes. Si Barnes sa uno gi tres na senador ni magkustotyo na emergency procurement gi sistema. Gi news release, ilay nga si Barnes ang masanganib gi na original na plano sa parofan manaplika para di CARES Act na salapi. Lohok ko kantis di procurement. Pag sa mapatututo para mana sabi American Rescue Plan na salapi. I-DOA sa haga sa MSP empenyo para mana mas malig tan nuevo aji masasangan na esta senbiho na sistema computer ni mana sasabi gikofan na ko na tempo esta. Dimas, ikomite ni Rose gi legislatura sa manali ilunes para madetermina hafay niya agenda para ipago na semana na session para madiskuti dos na bill niya si Senadora Sabina Perez. Uno sa para maribahay ko na lafika ni Solid Waste Authority na General Manager, Janotro na bill sa para na nesesaryo na todo empleo na gobernamento ufan matrain pod ethics para refresh ko na na artikulo. Giazulo ko na agenda sa ibiyo niya si Senadora Amanda Shelton para mastablisa lugar lay ni sinasabi za na asisti si manamko gi ilegal na manera sa zanggit man nisisita. Giazutalo na agenda sa ibiyo niya si Senador Clint Rijao ni David Ufan ma-certify lansero na bonafide farmers sa zanggit para mabendi galay pa di fruta siha. Gimos na agenda sa ibiyo niya si Senador Tony Ada para menta di qualifying certificates para manasano yung municipal projects. I-session para i-breed na mes sa para matutuhan gi ibetness. Masasunto gin ni legislatura. Gibatis madiskuti yung biyo ni para manasaw na di private adoption na ahensya siya ginazig para manuebo na finanyago siya. Ito mistigo za supporteste na biyo ni tinigi Senadora Mary Torres sa si Lori Boss, Executive Director para Ohala Adoptions na non-profit na kompanya ni matutuhon gi mapasansakan para mana mas lebyano itinasagan ng foster care na sistema. Loy Director ng Department of Youth Affairs si Lonnie Brennan tumistigo lokwi na mertasamali kasi na intensyon ibiyo sa tayo nesesaryo na pernitehi puno maabuso yung sistema. I-DYA sa siyaw milului Child Protective Services para temporaryo na tempo. Ilingya si Torres na ibiyo niya sa duposiro na siguro na kada uno na nene ni maabandona sa manggay gima siyempre niyo seguridad sa mega na gunayza. Ilingya mas na David yung managwa mas adin na sistema manadapta no siya matsotso ni Child Protective Services. Yuto mo, taza inagang sa taza na matugisa na probation, si Michael Kenneth Jimenez no offending federal sa fafana 7 hasta 13 meses gi ipreso. Mahunga argumento siya gi sa posisyon niya, gi inigap na ogan gimen ng federal magistrates na West Michael Berdalio. Masintensya si Jimenez gi 2008 na sakan para 7 anos gi ipreso no tinatizin ni 5 anos na supervised release sa pursimiya dan si Benjamin Charfus manasabi paki ane masaki Giant Panda Store. Admite si Jimenez na kontradisi kondisyon ni na release that timatugi gatigi opisina ni probation. Siguro ni baganya, taza maudahan niya si Jimenez at taza telefon niya. Sa fais ni Rikoti para mapreso para 8 meses sa. Gobernamento sa marekomenda 13 meses gi preso sa manota na estime na 3 biyahe esta na revocate kondisyon ni na release. Ikote sa matsulis na abiso sa siyempre manay rekomenda niya gatigi hefe na West ikotim federal. Para KUAM News, guaw si Ken Concepcion.
And of course, for the latest Guam news headlines, make sure to check us out online at KUAM.com or any of our social media platforms. Please stay tuned, everybody, because when the link continues on this Wednesday edition, we've got Senator Jim Moylan in the Zoom room. We'll be talking to him right after this.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
War is upon us all. Enemies approaching below. Few of them are creeping down the hall. I open fire. I think I got one down. Open fire. They are just sneaking out the track. Open fire. They went to 0 down. Open fire. Let them know that.
I love that lick in the beginning. Yeah. So basically, what you do? Okay, I'm gonna geek out guitar for a second, right? So you hold a double stop, meaning you fret 2 strings at the same time, and then you typically use your pinky, and then you hammer on to the higher of the strings, and you fret both. It's very classical, like Hawaiian playing and everything, but it really works in island music. I love that technique.
Wow. 8:48. There you go. Little insight there. Jay, let me tell you guys, is a really badass guitarist. Don't even say anything about me playing guitar. You are badass, my friend. Really, I'm gonna get him to bring before Mama Bree comes back. You got to bring the guitar in.
We should do that. We should have a jam session.
Yeah. No, just you jam.
Does Senator Moylan, does he play any instruments?
Yeah, well, I did do that one interview playing a small saxophone, but
nice.
Wasn't yeah, but that was kind of a prop. It wasn't.
No, Senator, we get it. We get a couple more horns and everything like that. We could basically remake Chicago.
Wow, that's a lot of horns, though.
Yeah. Take me back to Chicago. Yeah, nice.
Jay, if we could just get you to do like Eruption or something. You can play Eruption, right?
I think we can make that up. Yeah, I mean, in tribute to Eddie, rest in peace.
Yeah. Okay. Good morning. 8:49, April 21, Wednesday. Senator Jim Moylan in the KUAM News Zoom room here. Good morning, Senator.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Jason, good morning.
Good morning.
Let's just go ahead and start. I know that you had written a letter yesterday about ballrooms. Found it kind of interesting. What type of what are you saying basically in this letter, Senator? This was to the Gov, or was this to Art St. Augustine?
It was to Art, Director of Public Health there, regarding the guidelines they still have in place for ballroom activities. It's still at 50 people, not 50% of the ballroom capacity, but 50 people. And recently, the governor has allowed us to have a 75% capacity in dining facilities, in the restaurants. With those tables, of course, 6 feet apart, but we're now at 75% capacity, which is a good thing for the small businesses in the restaurants, right? You get more people inside, more people sit down, more people buy their food. Happy for that. I'm asking Director Art St. Augustine, why don't we allow that also for the ballrooms at the hotels? For them just to be at 50 people, it's their cost as a ballroom, is not, it doesn't make any, it's not profitable for them to do that. But if you allow the ballrooms to also have the 75% capacity, which they are large, right? These are large. We've had great functions in our hotel ballrooms. Give them that 75% capacity as well. Allow them to put this table 6 feet apart. Allow them to enforce the no mingling in the hallways. Sit down, serve meals. It's like just a large restaurant at 75% capacity. So I'm asking that we look at that. And I think the hotels will be putting more people back to work. And we're helping our economy recover too. And we're coming up to graduation time. People want to have celebrations, and we know this is a new way of our living on Guam. And we just have to be cautious with our wearing our mask and watching our social distancing, and then we should be able to do so. So I'm hoping for an answer on that quite soon, and like to see that move forward. If we can't, then just explain why we can't.
Well, I think it's also interesting that you can operate at 75% of your capacity as a restaurant or dine-in or whatever, but in observing the 6-foot social distancing, what I hear from some restaurant people is that they can't get to the 75% because they got to put everyone 6 feet apart.
Yeah, they reduce their capacity indoors. That's correct. Where we can have, it probably will be the same as the ballroom, but we can have more than 50 people in a ballroom that you still hold hundreds of people, right? So reduce that by 25%. It will still allow for better for the hotels to bring in their employees, because we should have there should be a profit made, and also the service will be allowed for the customers that are looking forward to coming back into these activities, and still making sure we monitor our what public health is saying to ensure our safety and we don't have another outbreak.
You also had written a letter to, was this BBMR? What's this about? A FOIA request, information associated with a specific tax payment?
Right. So I believe the CRER just came out yesterday. I haven't had a chance to review that, but we're hoping for, of course, more money generating into the general fund coming from the corporate tax that is collected and the employees tax as well. It's also tax time, right? And we're looking at what we're hoping to receive some confirmation on large tax payments made, and it should give us a boost. So I'm asking Lester, hey, have you seen some large increases, right? From maybe economic, that will basically boost our general fund. And we're expecting to hear some positive information on that, and we just need some confirmation. And if we are getting this large increase by a contributor or multiple contributors, I think it's important that the senators know about this. And I like to see that that large increase go into some measures that are already out there to get back into the people's hands. Specifically, if Lester is able to confirm with us, I really want to push the RISE Act, the payment of the RISE Act for the people, which was lapsed into law, as you discussed on your program many times, by the governor, and which we've heard some questions from Adelup asking, should we pay the RISE Act? Because the American Rescue Plan includes a $1,400 stimulus payment, which is more than the RISE Act. And the feedback, of course, that was given from a lot of us, to include myself, was yes, of course, you should still pay the RISE Act from this American Recovery funding that's coming in, over $600 million. Why not pay the people additional money? So and then we had the AG look at it and said, yeah, you can pay it out, Governor, you can pay it out. So now we have a possibility of a large influx of tax payments being made here that I'm asking Lester to confirm. And if so, then I want to ask again for the governor to dedicate this money to paying the RISE Act. So I'm hoping for positive feedback on that. I just need confirmation first, and just identifying that as additional monies that we can use to pay the RISE Act. If the governor does not wish to use the American Rescue Plan money from the federal funds, well, here's general fund. And in the RISE law, the RISE Act law, it's either general fund or federal funds that can be used. Federal funds priority, and then general funds thereafter. So again, more reasons why we can pay out the RISE Act, and that's the main purpose. And if not, then please, Lester, just let me know.
You were one of the chorus of voices, to include procurement oversight, Senator Sabina Perez, Vice Speaker Tina Munia Barnes. I believe Senator Frank Blas Jr. has also piled onto this issue of emergency procurement for the government of Guam's financial management system. I saw a release from the Vice Speaker yesterday that she had met with Ed Byrne, and the tone of the release was kind of like, oh, Ed Byrne explained everything. It's all in the up and up. Nothing to see here. Move along. I mean, that was the gist I got from the release. They even had a nice photo with the Vice Speaker sitting down with Ed Byrne. Your thoughts on that? I mean, is that a good enough? I mean, what else is Ed Byrne going to say? No, please. Please look further into it, because you're absolutely right. It's not really an emergency procurement. You know what I mean? I was just like, okay, so.
Right. Right. So, yes, this was brought to our attention, and many senators saw it as well. Initially, the OPA, BJ Cruz, has, in his review, focused our attention onto this, going back to that Executive Order 44, and then following up with another executive order which overrode Claudia's position as Chief Procurement Officer, and gave that authority directly to Mr. Byrne. So needed to know more information. When we start off initially saying emergency procurement for an AS400 that has been needed to be changed since 1988, over 30 years ago, and now we're going to bypass some purchasing procedures. Yes, we were concerned. Wrote to Mr. Byrne, and he did reply back, basically giving us saying, I liked actually his example. It's like a patient in the emergency room that has ignored their symptoms for so long. It's like comorbidities, and now we're hemorrhaging, and we got all these reports to do, and it's not being able to come out in time, which affects the overall budgeting process. So he's saying now's the time we can make this an emergency to utilize federal funds, which they're looking at $9 million to do this, all the reports necessary and needed to going through the right process, the request for information. From then they'll put out the RFP, but now we're on it. Right, the senators are on it, and we want to know more about when we do we should see the RFP. What are we looking for in this replacement of the AS400? This system that we're going to probably invest multiple millions of dollars into, should be able to communicate with DRT, I think. We should also be able to see the use tax that CQ Customs and Quarantines are fighting for to collect, right? This system should be a Cadillac of a system, or Mercedes of a system.
You know, Senator, and we always hear,
do something right.
I mean, just kind of like in talking with different agencies over the years, you always hear, like, for example, the court's computer system doesn't connect with DOC, or, you know, GPD can't go into this or whatever. You know what I mean? We always hear that their agencies, they can't talk to other agencies because of these different like systems that they're on. So, I mean, I get it. I get that, you know, it's AS400. I mean, there's a million jokes about this system, but I think no one is really arguing that a new system is needed. I think the question is the process in which we secure one, right? Which, to me, it doesn't seem like an emergency. Like, do we really need one? Sure. But an emergency that has stretched on for 4 months, it's kind of seems like a little much. And then to find out that they've already had a lot of responses to this RFI, I don't know. To me, it just seems like there's a lot going on outside of the public eye that we're only just now finding out about, basically because you guys were alerted by the media again. You know what I mean? This was just a little tiny item in a December executive order that got by all of us. You know, we had seen it, passed it around to a bunch of different people, and now everyone's kind of piling on it, which is good. But then there was another EO that came out in March that basically took all the procurement authority away from the chief procurement officer, and I'm guessing now it's being handled by Ed Byrne. But, you know, knowing Claudia Agfaji, for them to take her out of the equation probably means that she didn't want to dance the way that they wanted her to dance.
Right. Yeah, that started back in December with Executive Order 44, right? And then April now, and said, what is happening? And Claudia was relieved of her duties of assisting with that. And she's a stickler for details and processing, and now that was overstepped. But now that we're on this, we want to ensure, and it goes back to what we're talking about, just transparency, right? It may all be up and up.
Just transparency, guys.
Unless we can see this and we can address it and we can ask questions, that's all we're wanting to do, really, to ensure that it's proper. This is taxpayers' money. Federal taxpayers, local taxpayers, and this process is supposed to help the island, and how the best way to do that is our concern.
I'm just hearing the governor right now. I don't know what's this talk about transparent. We're the most transparent administration ever. We're transparent on our spending. We're transparent on our hiring. So I get it. She thinks they're the most transparent administration ever. But if that's the case, why is that the only thing we ever talk about whenever we get these senators on? It's like a broken record. Transparency, accountability. God, my head's going to explode. You guys are killing me.
Jason can play a good tune with that on the guitar, and we can get a rap going. You know?
Right. Oh,
a
rap.
Chamorro?
Oh, Chamorro rap. Yeah, transparency. Yeah, how do you say transparency in Chamorro? Well,
transparency.
Senator... See-through, right. Senator, was there, I want to say, I thought I saw something else from you.
Well, we do, of course, we're understanding we had the funds here from the American Recovery Act. And I've been for a couple of months now, been asking for a plan coming from Adelup. And recently, I just saw a letter coming from Adelup to the speaker and to the minority head as well, asking that we all sit down together to discuss a workable plan. We're having a workshop together, and that's a good start. And I can tell you, I've already introduced at least 6 measures that I think are important to help the people of Guam with this American recovery money coming out that is here already, over $600 million. And the governor has expressed her desire to keep the government shortfalls so we can provide those critical services necessary for the island to function. Also, her interest into the new hospital and health facilities that are in crucial need. And then also, of course, her wanting to help the people of Guam too. So our measures are, number one, we want to fund the RISE Act. Let's pay that out. We also introduced the measure for Displaced Employee Workforce Initiative Act, which would grant employees to be paid with this RISE Act money for employers to have an annual salary paid with that so they can start up once again. Initiatives for new businesses, brand new businesses that want to get started as well, and for folks to pay their utilities, for folks to pay their rent also. So several, at least six measures that are already listed in the books that I'm hoping for a public hearing. So I'm going to ask the governor, as she has invited us, to meet and discuss this. These are, I think, great plans. There's also a $500 credit card plan that we introduced to use at any facility on Guam. Listed with Department of Revenue and Taxation to spend to either buy your children's clothing, buy your gasoline, buy your food, your necessities that the people of Guam feel are important to them. So I got these measures already in place. The governor gave us a deadline to the end of the month, but I'm hoping for a meeting this week. And if the governor can put this into an executive order, it will bypass all the procedures of what we had to do at Congress building. If she feels it's important, here are some. Put it into an executive order. It doesn't have to be all of them, whatever she feels is most appropriate. But I like to do that and meet with her to help give some ideas to her planners on how we can help spend this money that's forthcoming or to be spread upon the people of Guam. And the quicker we get it into the hands of the people, the quicker we can generate the revenue necessary through the BBT and the gross receipts tax that we need to survive for our government of Guam. And that's why I'm anxious to do this. And I think we can right away.
Well, it's your chance. You guys been saying you want a seat at the table with this $600 million from the American Rescue Plan. So it looks like the governor.
You do that with your finger on
Yeah,
your
$600 million. All right. Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it too as
Good
well.
luck.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
Jason.
There you go.
Adios.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun meeting. A meeting like that, I wish it was public, but they're not really much for public transparency and openness in this administration. They're not. That's something like that should be broadcast, streamed. You know what I mean? Right? Should be. Why would it be secret? Anyway, so yeah, this letter came down from the governor, and it was basically like, all right, quit your whining. We're going to meet. Get your priority list ready. That's what it was. It was really like that. Oh, God, you guys going on the link? I hear you complaining all the way from Adelup. So she wrote a letter. They're going to have a meeting. April 30th, I believe, is the meeting. And everybody get your ducks in a row, right? It's going to be interesting because it kind of sounds like when we get these, cast of directors coming through the show, it kind of sounds like they're already getting theirs from the gov. Like, with DOC, oh, she's going to cover a $2 million shortfall. Uncle Carl's getting 20 off the top. Right. So I don't know how much of this money is going to be left, minus $300 million for this hospital deal. I don't know how much is going to be left for them to decide how to be spent, but we'll see. Wishing for the best. Not really. I'm not an optimist. 9:08. Good morning. Let's head into the Zoom room where Dr. Juan Flores is standing by. Catholic School Superintendent. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, good morning. It's been a while.
I know. I missed you. How you doing?
I'm good. Pretty busy. Not bored.
Good for you.
Yeah, getting a lot of stuff done. So
let's get
definitely
into
spending money.
Let's get
We're
into
trying to spend money.
That's good. Right on. I like spending money.
Especially if it's not mine.
Exactly. Amen. So what are you spending money on, and what kind of money are you spending?
Well, we were allocated $11.1 million from the Education Stabilization Fund, the second one. So we are trying to set up requisitions for at least half of that by the end of this month, which is a challenge, but we're working on it. All of those items, of course, are to ensure safety in the schools, to address social and emotional learning, and then to address any support for academic acceleration in the schools.
How'd that work? Juan, did you just get 11 million you guys' bank account, or what's the process?
No, I got a couple of suitcases. And so they are in 50s, they're multiples of 50s, so that if somehow some of those 50s slip and I put it into envelopes for Tinsuli, well, those
Right
things
on.
happen.
Almsgiving.
But yeah, suitcases, and they're the big suitcases, not the little carry-on suitcases.
Right on. The ones in the movies. And what are you, Juan, I know you're kidding, but what are you able to spend this money on? Does it have to be strictly like COVID related? Not really, right?
It does,
Oh,
but
it does?
it does, but in those three areas that I mentioned. So we're making sure that the schools will remain safe, right? Clean and safe. And so we had all of the schools disinfected once in the last year. So we're going to ask for professional disinfection 4 times a year, just to make sure that we do, I guess, deep disinfection. We're getting things like instructional design centers so that the teachers in the schools can start creating their own videos, their own learning videos, or their own materials that they can be using either in the classroom or if they have to continue distance learning. We're getting things like replacing those air conditioners that are not working effectively, so they're not providing proper ventilation in the classrooms. Things like that. So we have about 50 items that we're trying to procure. Some more sneeze guards, although the schools are now getting them. The high schools have gotten the ones for the cafeteria, elementary schools have gotten them for the student desks. So I'm looking at the list actually as we speak, and sometimes it gets overwhelming, but you know, fortunately, vendors are really supportive and are getting us quotations when we need them. One of the things that's going to cost, it's a big chunk of money, is for us to get e-textbooks, so we don't have kids bringing textbooks to and from home, which could be a source of transmitting the virus. So we're going to get e-textbooks for all the elementary and high schools. Yeah, so we got creative. You know that I don't know if the whole government of Guam wants to follow our process, and maybe DOE has done the same thing, but we had all the schools pretty much come up with wish lists. They were scrutinized and then approved by Federal Programs Office, which has given us a lot of guidance. And then the schools determine what they're actually going to get based on their allocations. So all the allocations are based on enrollment.
Juan, you know, I ran into GDOE board chair, Mark, or vice chair. He's the vice. What is Mark, man? I'm sorry. Anyway, education board member, Mark Mendiola.
He was finance committee before.
He was the finance committee. Frick, Mark. Sorry, man. But he was saying that part of the problem they're having on the public school side is that everybody in the world is trying to buy the sneeze guards and the PPEs and the whatnot. Are you running into any like issues, wait listing or anything, and trying to procure some of these items?
We are running into some of that. I think that one of the issues though is federal programs is pushing us to meet a certain deadline so that we can get these requisitions done as soon as possible. And then hopefully the procurement process will be followed up with as soon as possible so that, I mean, my hope is that even if we consider delays in shipping and handling, most of these things now will be in place by the time we open school in August. But that's what we hopefully will benefit from.
And then facilities up. So you are doing some upgrades. Are you doing like the restrooms up too, Juan?
Yeah. So one of the things, you know, when kids touch the faucets or the flushes for the toilets, that's a way of transmitting the virus because you can't come in and sanitize after every kid, right?
Yeah.
After every child. So we actually have put in for the mechanisms for touchless faucets, touchless toilets, and touchless urinals if the schools have chosen to get those. and the installation of those items.
Let's talk graduation. FD's graduation.
I did graduate from high school.
Good for you.
I have verification that I did graduate from high school.
May
Was that what
5.
you were wondering about?
Yeah. What are the protocols there for the graduation of? I know FD's doing it May 5th. Academy.
I don't remember the dates, Chris, but here's what happened last week. Department of Public Health and Social Services issued a guidance saying that all graduation ceremonies for high schools and institutions of higher education would be outdoors, would be only outdoors. So we met with them on Monday. We had a great meeting with them. And I think the major issue they brought up was that they could not fathom the number of graduates being able to fit into facilities with any guests and also observe social distancing. So what we let them know is that our number of graduates can fit. I mean, there's a design at Father Duenas that it can accommodate the FD, Notre Dame, and Academy graduates with maybe 2 or 3 guests in areas where they would be separated. Since they all live in one household, they would be separated from each other by 6 feet. And most of the K-8 schools can do the same thing. Dominican Catholic has 18 students graduating from the 8th grade, and they have a gym that normally can fit 1,000 people. So what we did was we promised Art St. Augustine and the environmental health staff, we're finishing them up today, that we'll get them updated protocols for each of those events. We're sending them layouts of what the facilities will look like. And all but one school is actually going to try to have indoor graduations or indoor end of the year ceremonies, either in a gym or a church. And again, except for one school, they will be all indoors. They're trying to get them indoors. So hopefully we'll get the okay from public health that the first one is Father Duenas on May 5th. And so the timeliness of their decision is really critical.
Hey, there was a letter that I got a message here that went out to FD parents and something about Archbishop placing you in charge of FD's finances. Are you able to comment on that?
I'll comment a little bit. We are trying to support the school. I think the financial management of any school is pretty challenging, and FD is no exception. So we're just trying to come in and support the school. I want the principal to focus on finishing up the school year, getting the guys ready for graduation, ironing out any issues with athletics. And so I'm just helping him out in trying to oversee the financial management. At the same time, we're looking at what processes in the financial management office at FD would be more effective and more efficient. So that's what's behind that. And it's a way to support, for the other 2 high schools, they have a different organizational structure where the principal actually is supported by a president who takes care of finances, takes care of external matters. That's not true at FD right now. So I'm just trying to help in putting things in order so that things going forward would be better.
Right on. Juan, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you maybe next week, the week after or something. Or if something pops up, let us know. Okay, we'll see you. There you go.
Thanks.
Catholic School Superintendent Dr. Juan Flores, 9:18. Quick break, and we are back with environmental health. Department of Public Health and Social Services Administrator Malou Scroggs, and she'll be joined by the spokesperson for the department, Janela Carrera, coming up next, right here on the link. Good morning. It's 9:18.
It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, in partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. In partnership with the University of Guam Center for Island Sustainability and Guam Green Growth. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know.
9:22. Good morning. A little bit of Micronation in case you didn't know. Wednesday, April 21st, the show proudly brought to you by East West Rental. I know you guys got a big project. Maybe you're doing a driveway and you need a cement mixer. Well, guess what? They got it over there at East West Rental.
Air compressor, perhaps?
Air compressor, that's one of the top items that gets rented, Jay.
Little backhoe action, maybe?
Oh, you want to back that thing up?
Yeah, totally.
You want to back that thing up? Will you back it on up to East West Rental? Okay. Boop, 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 boop. That's my backup sound, Joe.
I'm not sure that was exactly the ad copy that they initially, but you certainly helped our sales with that.
Right on. It is what it is. Improv 923. It's also brought to you by Carrier. For all my Aircon babies, who is not an Aircon baby? Because, dude, it has been hot this week.
Hot in the city.
Feeling hot, hot, hot. I saw something on Twitter. There's this girl that tweeted something, and she was like, it is really, really so trying not to say it. My peak Guam is hot. I think one of my greatest contributions to the the local slang is might be Guam, it's hot.
And you made like 3/100ths of a cent for her like putting that on Twitter, right? Do you get residuals from your stuff?
Come on, are you serious, bro? Come on. 924. It's also brought to you by IT&E and Jack in the Box. All right. Maybe you got 420 hangover munchies. Triple bonus Jack. It's back, a returning favorite. Jack's triple bonus Jack combo. Everything you need to indulge. Add a patty. Make it a fatty. And get a quad for just $1 more. Thank you, Jack in the Box. To the Zoom room we go, where Public Health PIO Janela Carrera is standing by with Environmental Health Division Head Malus Groggs. Good morning, ladies.
Hi, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. Good morning, Malou.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good. Sabrina's off island for a couple of weeks taking care of family stuff. Right, yeah. So you got me. Hope that's good enough. But I guess we'll just start. I guess we'll start with you, Malou. Maybe like a status update on inspections that you guys have been doing this week, last week, or since the last time we talked to you.
There's not much changes from the last time that we spoke, Chris. As to the citation, it remains the same. 14 citations that were issued by our division or our department, and out of the 14, already 2 paid the fee, and there's 4 that contested, and their hearing is scheduled next month. As to the others, we haven't heard what is the status, if they already paid the penalty fee or not. We're still following up on that. As to complaints, we haven't received much. We're not receiving much complaint as for the past week. Maybe because more restrictions were lifted, and the opening of non-contact sports are already allowed. Games and competitions are already allowed. So we haven't received much complaint as of last week and this week.
I don't know if that would be you or maybe even Janela, but what can you tell us about this Subaki Tower?
Yeah, so, other than what was already stated in the media, we don't really have much details. What we can say is that, of course, on public health side, there is a contact tracing that's been initiated, and, we're very confident in our surveillance branch to conduct, our MedOps branch to conduct the efficient contact tracing. Starting with, of course, the index case. It's still under investigation, so we're working very closely with the hotel management. We're very glad that Subaki Tower has made that decision to go ahead and close down the restaurant side so that they can clean and disinfect the area. But other than that, there's really not much to say other than that what has already been stated in the media. But I think this really goes to show, and it's very important to emphasize, the need to continue with following the guidance and the memo, the guidance memo, in terms of wearing your mask when you're out eating and dining, when you're not actively eating, and for employees to adhere to the protocol of continuing to wear your face mask. And also the sign-in sheet. And so that's why we have these policies and procedures in place, because even when cases seem low, we seem to be in the right place, something like this can happen. So, just wanted to point that out.
Are you able to say how many cases so far? Because there was the one, right? But how many additional positives were there in that kind of Subaki, I don't want to say cluster, Subaki case?
We're actually, I'm actually not sure and not too familiar in terms of what the investigation, what the details are of the investigation in terms of how many positive cases there are. And that's part of what the investigation is trying to, or what the investigation is doing, is to determine how many more positive cases there may be following the index case. What I can say is this is not defined as an outbreak. So, in terms of employees and any potential customers that may have come into contact with the index case, that's still part of the investigation. I do want to point out that, or I do want to share that I did get a phone call from an individual who was at the Sabaki Tower or hotel this past weekend, and they contacted me, and of course they were concerned and said, I was there this past weekend, I ate at one of the restaurants, what do I need to do? And so what I told them was, if you are a close contact and if you did the proper procedures, you signed in, I wouldn't be too concerned. You will be contacted if you are deemed a close contact. And typically that's, 15 minutes of exposure to a known positive case. But the bottom line is, if the positive case was wearing their mask, even if you took off yours so that you can eat and drink, and I asked them, do you know if you were ever near a server or around a server for more than 15 minutes? Those are some of the questions that you should ask yourself. So, these are the types of concerns I understand some people may be having if they were at Sabaki Tower over the weekend.
Yeah. And we went through this again. This was pretty commonplace back during the surges, where you'd have a positive at a place and they'd have to, cause. So we did get a couple comments here, and you did address it, but I just want to read them out. Is there contact tracing for guests that frequent the restaurant over the weekend? James Ken Ariola says, how about patrons and staying guests who were there? And I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate that you only contact people who had the close contact, which according to the CDC is defined as 15 minutes within 6 feet without the mask, correct?
Right, without the mask.
Right.
Or even if there was a mask, but if you are over 15 minutes of exposure within 6 feet, then you will probably be deemed as a close contact. And that's what our contact tracing team does is, they interview those positive cases to determine who their close contacts are. And that's why that sign-in sheet also is very important, because if they were near a customer for that length of time, then they can contact that client or that customer.
Right. And so I guess, guys, if you don't get a call, I mean, it's kind of weird, because I think any call, even if you weren't, I mean, if you were cleared, right? I mean, so with the contact tracing, when they get the list, they go down the line for these 2 restaurants. Is it part of the contact tracing investigation to just call everybody and say, hey, were you within 6 feet? Is that what's going to happen?
I probably asked Malu to.
Malu.
Yeah.
I'm not really familiar also what is the of the contact process, but what I know is they will interview the person that tested positive.
Right.
And who are those, who are her or his contact, close contacts. Then they will go from there. I think that's all I can share. I'm not involved in that.
Yeah.
We are all, our division is only informed when we need to conduct an inspection because of a cluster. But I don't know if you call this, they consider this as a cluster, because my office, our division wasn't asked yet to join an inspection with
Right.
the medical ops.
But Malou, your division is responsible for inspecting these establishments to make sure they have things like the sign-in sheet.
Yes, and we did inspection of Chubaki twice.
And obviously they had the sign-in sheet. So you guys, if you go into a business, if you're one of these people who complain about having to sign in, this is why you have to sign in. So in case something like this happens, they know who was there, you know, what to do, who to call, and all that.
Yes, very important. It's very important too. I just want to emphasize that you put the correct information, you know, the correct name, correct phone number, or email address.
Are you guys finding that people don't do that?
I'm not saying that people don't, but you know, I just want to point out that it's probably a great idea that you do.
Right. Yeah. Malou, so let's just double back here with the sign-in sheets. When you inspect the places, are you finding that most of them are in compliance with having the sign-in sheet in place? She looks frozen. Usually this works. I don't know how it usually works though.
You know, I know sometimes the internet connection there will just drop off for like a split second.
Right. Are you guys getting any funds for that? Is it getting a grant for the internet? Malou, did you hear me? Are you there? Did you thaw out?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
I think it's on my end.
Yeah. I know it's cold in there in your office. That's why you're freezing up. But again, Malou, just to ask, when you go out and do the inspections, are most of the businesses complying with having the sign-in sheet and all the other different protocols?
Yes. So far, the previous weeks, we haven't observed businesses that are not complying.
Are we pretty much, I mean, so other than the first round of inspections where you went to a couple bars and the people weren't wearing the mask and there were some issues and people got cited, that being said, are you finding now when you guys go out that everyone kind of gets it, what they have to do?
I think because we're actively going out, even there's no complaint, especially in the weekend, because that is the busiest days and nights of this eating and drinking establishment, especially bars. So they're aware already of the requirements, because there's even a staff that assigned to enforce their policy or their COVID mitigation plan. Especially those establishments that we cited. It's not because we cited them that we forgot about them already. We do a follow-up inspection. We do on-spot inspection just to check if they're really complying.
I wanted to ask, because we had Senator Moylan on, and I believe he wrote a letter to the director about the ballrooms. So what's the protocol right now for the ballrooms? And do you believe that it can be changed to allow them to have, I guess, like kind of the regular functions that they normally have?
There's no change yet as to the ballrooms, because the limit for congregation is still 50. So any function or any special event held in ballrooms, hotel ballrooms, or any eating and drinking establishment, they're still limited to 50 individuals or 50 persons per party.
So can't have more than 50 people, no matter what, in a ballroom.
Yeah.
Right.
No more than 50 guests.
But if they were to get creative, like they could do 50 and then bring another 50 in, right?
Okay, maybe if they do 50 in an hour, as long as those 50 people leave, then another 50 we might consider.
It's just interesting because I don't like with the 75% capacity and the social distancing. Are these places? And I don't know, so I'm not trying to be. Are they able to get up to 75% capacity with having to put people 6 feet apart?
No, Chris, I don't believe that they can reach the 75% occupancy rate if the 6 feet social distancing is maintained. Because sometimes this is how they derive the occupancy load or maximum occupancy load. It depends on the type of operation. Just like for gymnasium, it's 7 square feet per person. And if you look at that 7 square feet, it's very small. It's just like 2.6 by 2.6. So if you maintain the 6 feet social distancing, you need 36 square feet per individual. So if you multiply that with the 75%, there's no way. It's the total square footage that you need to reach the 75% and maintain the 6 feet social distancing is way over the available space.
Right.
So I don't believe that businesses that allowed to have that 75% occupancy rate, that they will maintain the 75 the social fit, the 6 feet social distancing.
Malu, let me ask. So when we, if everything goes according to plan, pat the half, we smash it. May 1st, we reopen the island. What is that going to mean for capacity limits and social distancing? Like, are we still going to have to be social distancing 6 feet apart in, let's say, if everything goes good in like July or, down the road? Is that just always going to be part of the equation?
I cannot comment on that, Chris. If we're still going to allow that, depending on CDC recommendation, because we follow CDC recommendation or guidelines.
Right. Okay. Anything else, Malu, you want to add here?
No.
You got anything juicy, girl? You got anything? Where's the real stuff? Just between us. You're good. Okay. Hey, American Bakery, they're back up and running, right? It's all good?
Yeah, they're good.
Okay.
I was just there the other day.
Right on. Okay. Janella, how about you guys? Oh, we had a question about testing. Someone was asking when the next testing is. Do you know?
So we as you know, we just had one yesterday, but I don't believe we have any for the rest of the week. We may try to plan one for next week. But if anybody is in need of testing, they may be feeling symptoms or they need something for travel, they can always contact our Northern Public Health location at 635-7525 or 7526 to schedule an appointment. And then, of course, there's available testing at our private clinics, and they can contact those clinics that may have testing available.
Well, thank you, Janella. Thank you, Malu. Appreciate it.
All right. Anytime. Thanks, Chris.
I'll see you. Oh, can you send me the inspection reports when you get a chance?
Okay, yes.
Okay,
I'll send them to you.
Thank you. Right on, ladies. There you go. Public health. We're going to take a quick... yes, Jay.
American Bakery's back up.
Yeah, they are.
Dude, let's go get some shupao, man.
Go get it, man.
Yeah.
You first.
Hey, you buy, I fly.
You be the shupao guinea pig. Yeah. 9:43. Cover Me, which is proudly brought to you by Burger King on this Whopper Wednesday. Remember, Whopper Wednesday. You can go in and get a Whopper. Tell them you love the Whopper, and they're going to give you another one.
And don't just say the words. I mean, say it with feeling.
Say it with your chest.
I mean, trust me. I mean, they're going to make it worth your while.
Yeah. It's a free Whopper. Whopper's like that big, and it's got that smoky and the mayo that goes with the juice and the tomato.
Yeah, I've done this before. You order a Whopper with cheese, and and you get an extra Whopper with cheese. I mean, it's, we were just talking about you.
Oh, that's a hack. That's a hack right there,
Yeah,
Jay.
life hack.
Right on.
I just said you buy, I fly.
That's it.
That's how we do things around here.
Onion rings, guys. That's the link fave. We like onion rings. 9:44. So Cover Me This Morning again, brought to you by Burger King. Good morning.
Local Music Mashup is brought to you by Burger King. Be your way.
Local music mashup. Hey, we got one more left. You guys ready? Let's get to this next performance.
Local Music Mashup is brought to you by Burger King. Be your way.
Local music mashup. Hey, we got one more left. You guys ready? Let's get to this next performance. This is the John Dank Show's own Frankie and John with another classic, Mariana's Homegrown. So enjoy.
Lies along the sea, below the virgin mountains of Guam. Oh, how I yearn to return there, jamming all night long. Gonna raise my family, living on the land and sea. Molasses where I long to be, should forever be home to me. There's a village down in the southern end of my island. She lies along the sea, below the virgin mountains of Guam. Take my journey home. Molasses where I long to stay, should forever be home that way. There's a village down in the southern end of my island. She lies along the sea, below the virgin mountains of Guam. Take a ride, Johnny.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, Uno Go has that too.
GU
Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Join the Foundation for Public Education as they recognize some amazing teachers in our community and award one deserving person the title of Teacher of the Year. Watch the broadcast or live stream on the KUAM News Facebook page on Sunday, April 25th at 6:30 p.m. to meet the 6 finalists and learn about their exceptional work as educators. Plus special messages from Superintendent John Fernandez, sponsors, and the current Teacher of the Year, culminating in the live announcement of the 2021 Teacher of the Year. It's a special event you don't want to miss. The 2021 Teacher of the Year is presented by Bank of Guam, Cars Plus Guam, and the KUAM Care Force.
Hey, good morning, The Link. Good morning, KUAM TV 950.
Been a big week in news.
It has.
We've had a lot of like big announcements. There was a thing about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund today. Of course, today the Chauvin verdict came down, guilty on all 3 counts.
Yep.
Tyler interviewed Dr. Felix Cabrera. That's on YouTube. Adriana had an extended interview with the 3 brave women who she was talking to in that story we aired earlier. That's on YouTube as well. They're speaking out and taking a united stand against sexual assault and victim shaming. It's only Wednesday. We've had some big ones,
Yeah,
but, you know,
it's only Wednesday.
But sometimes when we cover like a lot of like current events, it's also interesting to take a look back at things that happened previously. And as we've been saying all week, Chris gave me some homework, and you know I came through.
You sure did.
That's what we do at Sanchez. And do you remember what? Let me ask you a quiz, Chris. Speaking of quiz, do you remember when the infamous the mayor punch-out incident happened?
Yeah, I do, Jay, because we just talked about it the other day.
Do you remember what year that was?
I didn't remember what year. I remember I thought I said it was like 2008. What year was it?
It was 2010.
2010.
Yeah. So let me set up the context.
Okay, set it up, Jay.
Okay, so it was just a regular public hearing, you know, not well attended at all. You know, in the old legislature building, there's all those, you know, the party, like the folding aluminum chairs and everything like that. And at the 6-foot picnic table, there were a few of the mayors and mayor's council executive manager Angel Sablan. One of the mayors that was sitting at the table is Vicente Gumatao, the former mayor of Pidi, God rest his soul. And then the former mayor of Manilao, Nito Blas, you know, always a jokester as long as we've known him, comes in and he just like reaches around as Mayor Gumatao was talking, just gives him like a little tap, you know, like as boys tend to do. And the mayor didn't see it coming and had a reaction. And this clip was found on a YouTube channel of a guy named Island Boy 671. He published this in 2010 when it happened. This is the only video he ever put up. And it's got a lot of views.
There we go. So we're going to play it now. Just for you guys here on The Link.
Welcome, punch! Yes! Show me your moves!
Only 20
That
27
was a
seconds.
pretty nice right hook, though.
Yeah, no, it was, and I think Joser's got a still that we could. But okay, so seated at that table from left to right,
Right.
was PD Mayor Vicente Gumentalto, Ben Gumentalto at the time, flanked by Dedido Mayor Melissa Savares, who we had on the show yesterday.
Right.
In the middle of them is Mayor's Council President Angel Sablan, and then all the way on the
This
end.
is when Mayor Savares had her short hair.
Yeah, and then that's Louise.
Mayor Louise Rivera of Tatuha.
Yeah,
Yep.
and you can see towards the end of the clip, Mayor Louise is just trying to hold it together. I mean, they're all cracking up.
Yeah.
It just how random and how weird it is because again, Nito was
Yep.
kind of like the joke.
He throws it right to the body that hit the lower rib cage and then follows with the right hook.
and playing the peacemaker is Mayor Savares, and she's even got a big smile on her face. And okay, again, this is 2010 video that came off the legislature channel. It's very, very standard definition. I hope it came through good on the Facebook feed.
I think they saw it pretty loud and clear.
And
Yep.
we're not trying to dig up old.
Yeah,
dirt.
we are.
Well, okay.
Yeah, we are.
But to the mayor's credit, Lanny Walker, who was reporting for us at the time, she actually went there, and the two of them, like a day later, they hugged it out. And they were both cracking up. Mayor Gumentalto just said, he goes, I was sitting there, I was, interacting with the committee, I was testifying, and then all of a sudden, someone cold cocks me. I had no idea it was my friend Nito, and Nito
Show me your
hey,
moves.
I was saying hi to my friend. Have you ever done that to somebody? Just go up and clap them on
That's
the
how
shoulder?
people say hi to each other in the South.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, Lana.
But then the risk is,
Yeah.
if you catch somebody, either they're on a bad day, he just got lectured by his grandma, him and his chick are
Lectured by
having a
his
fight.
chick. Yep.
Yep.
That's it. You never know. But there you go.
And this is in the early days. I said this yesterday. I think we had a Facebook page for about a year and a half at that point. Only 10,000 followers, but we didn't use the word viral too often those days and everything. This is even before WhatsApp was around.
Everybody
People
was talking about this,
went
though.
crazy for this video. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I remember former Senator Mana Silva, but I'm not sure if she was in the legislature at the time, but like she was like messaging me and she's like, "Oh my God." Did
Okay,
you see
Jay,
that?"
I got another homework for you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
If you could find video of the chili dog incident.
Okay, that one's going to take me some time.
No, hey, as
When-
long
when-
as challenge accepted, I have total faith in you.
Challenge definitely accepted,
Yeah.
but when was that around like 96, 97?
I don't know.
So
It's one thing with Google. It's like, obviously, it's hard to Google Guam stuff. There's a lot that comes up, but like with Googling like Guam news from like the 2000 back, a lot of it's not on there.
Mm-hmm.
So good luck.
I know our friends at the PDN, they had a picture of it.
Yeah.
I remember that because I remember reading the article. Fine job.
I think there was video, though. I remember there
was.
being video.
Yeah, but Sonny Lujan Orsini was in his first term. Don Parkinson, I believe, was a speaker at the time.
Yeah.
And they just did not agree on something, and then it spilled over out into the
Right.
the
But,
board-
for the most part,
hot dog vendor.
our senators have kind of learned from maybe these two videos. And now whenever they break from session, because there's fireworks in session already just because of the way the makeup of the body is. But when they like go to break or recess or whatever, and they get up, there's been a few times, especially over the last couple of years, where you'll see them like they're clearly arguing
Mhm.
about stuff, but because there's no audio, all you see is like the,
And what's worse? Because typically, like somebody will approach the other one, and somebody will be standing over there, and you can tell, like by their gesticulation and their body language and everything like that, that they're really getting into it. And typically, it's the other one who's just like very, very calm, sitting back, and
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, but
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
it's which just irks the other person on.
Hey, it's 9:58. Again, the show is brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Thank you, guys. It's been a great time.
Oh wait, didn't you say we have a surprise for you guys? We have a gift. Are we giving away some movie tickets?
Oh, yeah, dude. Sorry, bro. Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to keep it. No, we're giving it away. Just kidding, guys. We've got 2 tickets to go to Tango Theaters to watch Mortal Kombat 3.
Yes.
Okay?
I'm super jelly, as the kids say.
We're going to finish him, this show.
Nice.
All right, we'll take the first caller, 637-0094. And you will win 2 tickets to go see Mortal Kombat 3.
No,
with
it's
our
just called
friend.
Mortal Kombat.
Oh, is it just called Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Is it 3, though?
It's basically like a reimagining of
Nice.
the story.
It looks really good. I was watching some YouTube videos on just like the making of and all that.
Okay, I know this is a video game, but this is I believe it's rated R because the fight scenes in this Mortal Kombat are crazy.
Very graphic, right? So there you go. We'll take the first caller, 637-0094. Hook you up with a couple tickets to go see Mortal Kombat. And let's just go ahead and get it taken care of now. Good morning. This is The Link. Who's this? Good morning. Mhm. Good morning, The Link. Who's this?
Hi, Chris. This is Faith.
Faith. Good morning, Faith. Congratulations.
Hi, Faith.
Yay, thank you.
You're going to the movies.
Yay.
All right.
Tango Theaters proudly presents Mortal Kombat. You a Mortal Kombat fan?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, Faith, let me ask you. Okay,
hold
okay.
on, Faith, because we got
Not a big fan.
We got a gaming geek here.
Yeah, well, okay, you got like Chief Nerd here. Are you more Team Sub-Zero or are you Team Scorpion?
Neither.
Ooh, good answer.
I like Mortal Kombat because they're very COVID. They wear the masks. You know, they're observing the protocols.
Nice.
Faith, have you seen the trailer for Mortal Kombat?
No, I have not.
Oh, you're really gonna like it. It's crazy. The CGI in this is nuts.
They pull out people's skulls and their whole spinal cord in one shot. Just like.
Oh, wow.
Faith, I get the feeling you just want to go to the movies. Have you been to the movies yet?
Yes, I have twice.
Oh, nice, sweet. So who are you going to take with you?
My children.
There you go. Well, have fun. Faith, what's your last name?
Mindiola.
Okay, Faith Mendiola. Your name is going to be at the door. I'm going to message our friends at Tango Theaters to go ahead and let you in, okay? You and another, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Thanks for listening.
You too. Have a good day.
Esta, Jos. There you go. Hey, it's 10 o'clock. We're KUAM-FM, Agotni, Guam. Viewers on KUAM TV, it's been absolutely great. Thank you for jamming with us. For Joe Sir, Jason Solis. Again, my name is Chris. This has been The Link on KUAM TV and on The Breeze. You guys be safe. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast. Again, for Jason and Sabrina Solis Mantanani, I'm Chris Esta. Adios!